Good evening, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV coming to you with breaking news. Multiple explosions have been heard in Venezuela, and it's possible there could be airstrikes. There could be ongoing airstrikes by the U.S. In Caracas, Venezuela. So again, multiple reports of explosions in Venezuela, possible U.S. airstrikes. I'm going to put, I think, in the headline, possible airstrikes. Hang on a second here. Possible U.S. airstrikes? Could be. Could be. So a bunch of stuff floating around on social media. I'm going to try to, I'm going to try to throw up, I'll put some links in the chat for you guys here. I'm going to put some links in the chat. I'm also posting videos on my X account. So what I'll do is I'll say, for more videos and photos, see Steve's X account, because I can't show videos I don't have the rights to. So let me put that, I'm going to pin that to the chat. Maybe I'll pin it on YouTube. If the mods could pin it on Twitch and Facebook, that would be awesome. Thank you so much. Okay. So I'm reposting stuff on my X account. There's a bunch of videos coming out of explosions in Venezuela. And I will do I don't have any kind of live feed yet. If I can get one, I'll let you know. I don't have one at the moment. Let me just look into that, actually. If you give me 2 seconds, maybe we'll get some sort of live shot from there. Just give me one moment here. Hold on one moment here. Give me one moment. All right, so again, I'm on the lookout for live feeds from Venezuela. Again, multiple explosions reported in Venezuela tonight. I'm reposting on my X account a bunch of photos and videos. Let me see what I see reported. I'm going to check a bunch of different outlets, including Venezuela sources. So just hang tight for a second, trying to kind of get everything organized here. So and I'm looking out for live feeds too. So this is an ongoing breaking news story. Just give me 2 seconds here if you can. Let me just get a little bit more organized here. Hang on 1 second. Thanks for your patience here. But certainly seems like this could be American airstrikes possibly going on in Venezuela tonight. Give me one moment here. Thanks for your patience, everyone. Let me put this up here. Okay. Yeah, I'm seeing, guys, I'm going to post more videos. I'm going to post another video. Oh, explosions in a different, I'm hearing a report of different explosions in a different part of Venezuela. VPI TV, which is a Venezuelan news account I follow. Okay, there's a report of explosions in the coastal town of La Guaira. La Guaira. So explosions reported in La Guaira, Venezuela, according to the VPI TV account. VPI TV. That's it's a news account. It's a popular news in Spanish channel I follow. And what is this here? Hold on. Is this military planes flying over Venezuela? One moment here. Yeah, I mean, this certainly seems like possible airstrikes going on. Possible U.S. airstrikes going on in Venezuela. Okay, again, I'm seeing a bunch of reports of explosions in Caracas, and I'm seeing reports of one report of explosions in La Guaira. Oh wow! I just saw another video from this account called El Diario. El Diario posted in, which is, are they a newspaper? They might be a newspaper. Yes, various parts of Caracas, and they just posted a video of a major explosion. I'm posting links in the chat. Also, I am on my X account. I'm reposting a bunch of these videos on my X account, which is linked in the chat, and there's a lot of them. So again, you can go to my X account, see them there. But explosions in Caracas, and not just Caracas, but many explosions in Caracas. Some of these look like powerful explosions. So possible U.S. airstrikes going on in Venezuela now. And if you give me a second, El Diario, are they a Venezuelan newspaper? Let me see here. El Diario, Venezuela. Yeah, it's El Diario is yeah, they are oh, it's El Nacional. Hold on. It's a Venezuelan news site, and they say that social media users reported a series of explosions in several parts of Caracas. Some of the areas where explosions have been reported in Caracas are Altamira, Los Ruices, El Paraiso, La California Norte, Los Cortijos, Caricuao, La Pastora, Los Proceres, 23 de Enero, among others. So, also, power outages reported in parts of Caracas. power outages reported in parts of Caracas. So large explosions, possible airstrikes going on. Oh, Reuters witnesses, Idris Ali of Reuters says Reuters witnesses are reporting airplanes heard, column of smoke visible in Venezuelan capital. So this has all the appearances of being airstrikes by the U.S. going on. Now, is it airstrikes? Or is there some other, I see some claims online that there might be Chinook helicopters like Faytux Network and Rajib Soylu. I'm not sure about this, but could there be some sort of special operations going on as well as airstrikes? I don't know what's going on. But this appears to be some major military activity. I would certainly guess U.S. airstrikes. That has not been confirmed. Hold on a second. Multiple helicopters visible. Oh, let me look at something. Hold on. Let me look at something here. I just saw a video with unconfirmed video of helicopters and explosions. This is unconfirmed video. Hang on a moment. I'm going to post a link to this. Rajib Soylu posted it. I'm guessing other people might as well. Oh, AZ Intel posted it too. So there's video floating around that I don't know if this is legit, but it's a bunch of helicopters flying over with explosions going on. So, what would help if I could grab, I'm going to check on social media as well. Guys, I'm going to disappear for about 5 seconds. I need about 5 seconds. See, it says column of smoke seen, loud noises heard in Venezuelan capital. Give me about 7 seconds. Hold on. Okay, thank you. So again, I'm posting a bunch of this stuff on my X account, which is linked in the chat, and you can go there and see these videos. Again, there's a video floating around that shows a number of helicopters flying and explosions. I cannot confirm that video, but wow. Nathan Hunt, who I follow, says it looks to be the port that has been struck in Caracas, possibly. A lot going on right now. OSINT Technical thinks, OSINT Technical, who I follow, says special operations MH-47 Chinook helicopters spotted operating over Venezuela moments ago. So as soon as I can get a live stream, I'll certainly put one on the air. I don't have a live stream right now available. Tyler Rogaway, who is with Tyler, he founded the site, the military news site, The War Zone. He said 160th SOAR Night Stalkers operating over Venezuela, which are, it's an elite airborne U.S. Army unit that provides helicopter aviation support for special operations forces. Okay, so he says that 160th SOAR Night Stalkers are operating over Venezuela, seen in multiple videos. This regiment, the SOAR Aviation Regiment, provides helicopter aviation support for special operations forces. Okay? The 160th SOAR Night Stalkers provides helicopter aviation support for Special Operations Forces, according to Wikipedia. And Tyler Rogaway reports that the 160th SOAR Night Stalkers are operating over Venezuela, seen in multiple videos. Wow. Again, explosions reported. There's video of explosions in Caracas, some reported outside of Caracas. Videos appearing to show a bunch of helicopters over Caracas. No confirmation yet from the U.S. government of military activity. But there is more and more videos coming out, and I'm going to continue. Again, I'm posting stuff that I see, some of it on my X account. You can go there and see it. It is linked in the chat. It's at Lookner. And I am also checking some Venezuelan sources here. Also, reports of planes, both planes and helicopters reported flying overhead. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. What I'm going to do, right, real quick here, is I'm going to show a couple of these things, because I don't even know where they're originating with, but I think it's important enough to try to just show you a couple of these things that are going on. So I've been posting stuff on I'll keep posting stuff on my X account. So again, I don't know where the origin is, but what I'm going to say is, give me a second here. Let me show you something here. Action. This is not a few explosions. We're seeing a lot of videos, a lot of explosions, reports of helicopters, planes. There is a lot of this looks like a lot of activity. Now, OSINT Technical, who I follow, he believes it's and I mean, he's a pretty knowledgeable person, in my estimation. He thinks this is a major special operations raid going on. He said that a large stream of MH-60s and MH-47s were spotted over the city. Hold on a second here. MH-60 is a multi-mission helicopter, and MH-47 is also a heavy lift helicopter. As I mentioned, Tyler Rogaway, who founded the military news site The War Zone, Tyler says that that 160th SOAR Night Stalkers are operating over Venezuela, seen in multiple videos tonight, and those Night Stalkers provide helicopter aviation support for Special Operations Forces, according to Wikipedia. So again, many explosions. It does appear that that an American strikes. Oh, hold on a second. American strikes on Venezuela could be underway. And Tyler Rogaway, he from the War Zone, he said, timing is interesting here. Moon is nearly full, far from optimal for this kind of thing, especially using Special Operations Forces helicopters deep into a metro area like this. Strikes likely helped clear air defenses for them, but that is unclear at this time. Target may have dictated the timeline here. Use your imagination with that one. Yeah, you have to ask, is this a raid in part to get to President Maduro of Venezuela, to capture him or kill him, or also get to the government in Venezuela? Oh, hold on a second. I might have I have a Venezuela TV broadcast, a live shot of a Venezuela TV broadcast. I can tell you that. It's showing something else right now. All right, so there is I do have access to a Venezuelan TV broadcast. It is not showing the coverage of the explosions. So let me just show you this if I can. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on this, but this is reporting on the automotive sector. So this is a Venezuelan, I don't know if this is the state channel, but this is Venezuela TV, and I'll keep an eye on it. But I can tell you that, this is Venezuela TV. It is a piece about the auto industry. So I'm not going to keep that on the screen, but I will keep an eye on the reporting there. That's from Venezuela TV. Is that state TV? Give me a second. Let me figure that out. So I will keep an eye on that. But again, all they're doing right now is showing a piece on the auto industry. Yeah, I think Venezuela, TV Venezuela, I think that is. Isn't that what we're looking at? I don't know if we're looking at that. I'm not sure. Well, it's some Venezuelan TV station, but again, all right, now, anything there? Yeah, we don't yet have a live shot I can show you from Venezuela. But seeing a lot of videos of explosions. Evergreen Intel posted what they said was a geolocation claiming that there was an explosion at a warehouse in La Guaira, Venezuela. I should pull up a map here too. All right, we're going to show you some more stuff. Again, it appears that a major U.S. attack on Venezuela may be underway. Crazy. So we are bringing you live coverage of these developments. Hang on a moment here. I haven't even checked the flight radar. Well, let me look and see what I see. I don't know that we'll see American aircraft on flight radar 24 when they're actually attacking. But just so you can see here, here is Venezuela right here. And hang on a moment here. There is Caracas. And where is La Guaira? Because I'm seeing reports of stuff at La Guaira. Explosions there. La Guaira is, it's right on the coast there, La Guaira, and it's near Caracas. That's where La Guaira is. Okay, just to do it, let's look at Flight Radar 24. I haven't even had time to check it. But just give me 2 seconds here and I'll pull it up. Yeah, so the most tracked flight is a New York to Buenos Aires one. So surprise, surprise, I'm not really seeing planes over Venezuela at all right now. But again, I'm not shocked that you can't see live tracking of U.S. military planes while an attack is going on. And let's go to ADSB Exchange real quick. Somebody just said ADSB had nothing. I'm going to ADSB Exchange. I turned it on the military planes. I see nothing there. Even that's all planes, and I see nothing there. So nothing on either of those right now. Okay, now. All right, hang on a moment. The one, what is it? Hold on, wait a moment. Wait a moment. What is this? All right, I'm seeing a playback or something. I'm looking for a live feed. So the only thing I have from Venezuela is a TV channel. I am looking at a Venezuelan TV channel. Let me see if I can figure out what channel it is. And they're not covering this. They're not covering it. But let me see if I can figure out what channel this is. Give me one moment here. I'm going to figure this out. What channel is this? Is it state TV? Because they're just not covering it. And I have access to the channel. I have seen no statements yet from the U.S. government about anything. All right, hang on a moment here. Oh, SA Defense said there's... Faytuck's network reposted this account, SA Defense, which claims that there are explosions reported at Higuerote Airport along the coast east of Caracas. I cannot confirm that. And that TV channel I was looking at is... the TV channel I have access to is a prominent 24-hour news channel in... Oh, is Peru? No. The local... It's supposed to be Venezuelan TV. Well, I asked AI, that appears to be incorrect, because Reuters says it's Venezuelan TV. Anyways, I'm not going to worry about it right now. I'll keep my eye on that feed. If I have any other live feeds I can show you, I will show you. Now, what is this here? Okay. I've seen nothing from the government yet. Yeah, AZ Intel mentioned that an AFP video editor, Isabel Bonnet Beloso, said gunfire, explosions, and helicopters are heard all over Caracas, with people reporting they've seen strikes over the Fuerte Tijuana military complex and La Carlota air base. Several people are reporting power cuts in different areas of the capital. She is a AFP video producer / editor. I'm trying to get if I get a live, I will let you know. Hold on a second here. Oh, there was a new post. I'll post a link to this in the chat. Purportedly of strikes at Higuerote Airport, and Aurora Intel, who I follow, says it looks like anti-air defense missiles cooking off. And then Michael Horowitz posted a video of damage to the port of La Guaira. And hang on a moment here. AP says at least 7 explosions were heard. Hold on. Here's what AP is reporting. At least, I think it's going to be way more than this. At least 7 explosions in low-lying aircraft are heard in Venezuela's Caracas. Venezuela's government did not immediately respond to a request for comment. People in various neighborhoods rushed to the streets. Some could be seen in the distance from various areas of Caracas. Some of the explosions. This comes... well, all right. So anyways, the question is the Pentagon and White House did not immediately respond to messages seeking comment. Breaking update. Flight Radar 24 says, amid reports of explosions around Caracas, the U.S. FAA issued a new notice to air missions prohibiting U.S. aircraft at operating at all altitudes within Venezuelan airspace at, this is 6Z time, which, what is that, 1 a.m.? 6Z time would be, yeah, that was as of an hour ago. That would have been 1 a.m. 1 a.m. Eastern time. 1 a.m. Eastern time. So that would have been about an hour ago. So the FAA has issued a notice to air missions saying these persons described in paragraph A below are prohibited from operating at all altitudes in it's the Venezuela flight airspace due to safety of flight risks associated with ongoing military activity. All U.S. air carriers and commercial operators All persons exercising the privileges of an airman certificate issued by the FAA, except such persons operating U.S. registered aircraft for a foreign air carrier, and all operations of civil aircraft registered in the United States. Basically, the U.S. telling planes not to fly over Venezuelan airspace due to safety of flight risks associated with ongoing military activity, and that came into effect about an hour ago. All right, give me one moment here. I have a Venezuelan channel which is not showing anything. Let me just see here something else. Okay. So again, Venezuelan airspace has been closed to at least American planes, it looks like. Yes, all U.S. aircraft are not allowed to fly in Venezuelan airspace. A new announcement tonight from the FAA. Joe Truzman posted a report from UHN Plus that said large areas of southern and western Caracas have been left without electricity. That's from the news outlet UHN Plus. That's a big news outlet. I don't know where. I guess they're in South Florida. Anyways, I don't really know much about them. Looks like maybe a Spanish language news outlet. So unconfirmed reports of blackouts. All right, give me 2 seconds here. There's a lot going on. Oh, let me show you a couple photos here. Reuters says column of smoke, loud noises heard in Venezuelan capital. And I'm going to show you a couple photos here from them. If I can get a live stream, I will show it to you. Here is one photo from Reuters. It's from the article, Explosions and Loud Noises Heard in Venezuelan Capital. Or it says, it's what does it say? Column of smoke seen, loud noises heard in Venezuelan capital. So here's one photo there. That's from Reuters. Look, I mean, and there's videos showing this stuff too. And then there's another one here, just to give you an idea of the kind of stuff we're seeing. Now, I don't know where this is coming from. Oh, Sky News Arabia claims, I don't know how reliable this is. Sky News Arabia is claiming that Venezuelan sources tell them that the home of the Venezuelan defense minister and a port in the capital were subjected to shelling. I cannot confirm that. I'm just going to see what's going to be being reported by different news outlets here. But this is just breaking news right now. Hang on one moment. Just give me a moment. Give me a moment. There's a lot to look at and figure out. But this appears to be a major military operation. That's what it appears like in Venezuela. Sky News says at least 7 explosions in low-flying aircraft were heard around 2 a.m. local time in Caracas. By the way, Caracas time right now is 3:13 a.m. local time there. 3:13 a.m. local time. Oh, what is this? Hold on. Do I have something? Wait. I have, okay, I have a Venezuela stream. I have a Venezuela stream from via Associated Press. All right, I'm going to get a Venezuela stream up on this. I'm going to get it up right now for you from Associated Press. So give me a moment. I need a second to get this on the screen for you. I am getting the live shot from Venezuela on the screen for you. Thanks for your patience here. Hope this works. All right, give me one moment. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. Okay, this should be it. This should be it. Okay, hang on. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. All right, there it is. I see it now. Is there sound on it? Yes, there is. Give me a moment. I gotta put my headphones on so I can hear it. Otherwise, I can't hear it. So just give me a moment here. I gotta get my headphones on. Gotta get them untangled. Will be a second. It's a whole thing. Okay, now I can hear maybe. That is in Caracas via AP. I'm going to get the time up on the screen if you give me a second. One sec, I'm just getting the time on the screen for you. Okay, so I need this right here. Local time, where's local time? Okay, there's that. Okay, so this is 3:14 a.m. You're looking at Caracas. Let me also do this. All right, now while you're looking at this, let me also check on the latest updates. Sorry, there's so much going on. I'm sorry if you've sent me something. Hold on, hang on. I don't want to take this off the screen, but I'm checking out another video. Whoa. I just saw a video supposedly of a car driving by as bombing was going on. What is this? I'm seeing some other videos coming out too. And I can't confirm. Wow, that's crazy. Hold on. Let me look at this one. Got to look on my phone because I don't want to mess with you guys. I'll post links to stuff in the chat too. Hang on. Yeah, I'm seeing some unconfirmed videos coming out, and I don't know whether they're from tonight, so I'll keep an eye out. Oh, hold on a second. Breaking news. Breaking news. Colombia's president just posted. Colombia's president just posted Gustavo Petro. Okay? Here's what Colombia's president said. I'm going to read it to you. Jennifer Jacobs caught this. So the president of Colombia says, Gustavo Petro, he posted 14 minutes ago, he said, Caracas is under attack right now. Alert the world, Venezuela has been attacked. They are bombarding with missiles. The OAS and the UN must meet immediately. That is from the president of the nation of Colombia. I have seen no official statements yet about the activity tonight. Now, there were a lot of explosions. There's video showing what appear to be multiple helicopters, multiple reports that people heard aircraft. Reports of special forces related helicopters. So what has happened? Was there a certain operation to go after certain people or capture certain people? We don't know. Was President Maduro targeted in some way? We don't know. So we're waiting to hear. Nothing from the U.S. government yet. The New York Times says that a spokeswoman for the U.S. military acknowledged the reports of explosions in Caracas, but had no comment on any American role. So again, I have yet to hear any kind of official statement from the U.S. about what is happening. We have this live shot here from Associated Press. Thanks so much to all of our moderators. I really appreciate our moderators being here. Thank you. And Ruth, I know, is over there on YouTube moderating. Thanks, Ruth. Also, really quick, if I can thank the moderators real quick. I haven't even had a second to. Oh, what's this? Anything? I don't know. DeBears, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Sarah, Papa Bear, Tariag, all moderating. Thank you. Linda Bell, Larry, Misha on X. And thanks to our Facebook moderators as well. Hang on. Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, thank you. And a quick thank you to... thanks for your support. Real quick, I don't know if we get everybody right at the moment, but Kira Kiwi, Brian. Hold on. Brian Beelman, Kira Kiwi, the Alaska Benjamin Burns, just to thank a few, Gen Xer, Prolang, Michelle Elliott, Barbs, Whiskey Nirvana, as was Mr. Unknown, the Middle Tex LA, Sexy Princess Writer, Jesus Perez, Andy Pandy, Kira Kiwi, Roy, 1822, and everybody else. Thanks. I'll try to thank some more in a second. Thanks, Barbs. Let me just get you some more updates here. So I have yet to hear any kind of official update from the American government. I'm not even hearing. I have not personally seen myself any major American news outlet reporting that they've heard that, like, they're not saying, like, sources tell us that this is an American strike yet. I have yet to see that. I see rumors floating around online. But I'm checking lots of different outlets right now, and I have yet to see in different countries. Uh-oh. What happened to their shot? We might have lost the shot. Well, we'll see. The shot seems to have paused from AP. We'll leave it up there. Hang on a moment. Our live shot paused. Oh, it's back. The live shot is back. The live shot is back. You know, I'm seeing people make claims about what Reuters is reporting, and I haven't even seen that report from Reuters. So I'd be careful with the claims about what Reuters is reporting. Is there an ongoing military operation? Has it already happened? Ooh, is there a new video here? Hold on, I'm looking at a new video. Hold on. Sorry, I'm hearing something. I'm going to maybe post another video in the chat. Hang on. Oh, we seem to have lost our live shot. Well, I'll keep an eye on the live shot. Hopefully they can get it back. Yeah, they're having an issue. Stand by for more live, it says. Stand by for more live. Hopefully they get that back. Hang on a moment here. So Joe Truzman posted a video. Yeah, I'll post a link to this in the chat. All right, so again, multiple videos showing numerous explosions in Caracas, reportedly some outside of Caracas tonight. And videos showing what appear to be helicopters, people reporting they've heard aircraft fly overhead. And one video, Aurora Intel IFR already said, well, one video that they saw was not from tonight. But there's enough video floating around and reports of this that clearly stuff is happening. A reminder, the FAA issued an order for American aircraft to not fly over Venezuelan airspace. And that came into effect at 1 a.m. 1 a.m. Eastern time, which is about an hour and a half ago. That's when that came into effect. And that was for, I'm going to try to pull that up, the original myself. Hang on a second here. KICZ, I believe it is. KICZ. Where is it here? Anyways, hold on. Where is this here? The Maiquetía flight region, which I believe is Venezuela. Maiquetía flight region, abbreviation, SVZM. Okay, SVZM. There it is. Search. Here it is. One, I can see it. Anyways, but Flight Radar 24 posted it, and it's an FAA order basically for U.S. aircraft to not be flying in Venezuela airspace starting at 1 a.m. Eastern time. That came out, and they posted it on Flight Radar 24. And they said it was due to ongoing military activity. Okay? And... Venezuelan journalist Gabriela Gonzalez said starting at 2 a.m. Oh, hold on. I got the live shot back. Live shot is back. The live shot is back. The live shot is back from Caracas. So Gabriela Gonzalez, who's a Venezuelan journalist, said that about 2 a.m., which is 90 minutes ago, loud explosions were heard in Caracas and La Guaira, which is on the coast near Caracas. She said as of 9 minutes ago, the sound of airplanes flying overhead can be heard. There is still no official information from the Maduro government. However, the president of Colombia said that there were bombings going on. And then... Flight Radar 24 is showing... Just so you guys can see it really quick on Flight Radar 24, if I can show you to this quickly, on Flight Radar 24 we have a U.S. Air Force tanker plane. I don't know if that's doing refueling. That's flying south of Puerto Rico in a circle, and Venezuela's over here. So here's Venezuela, here's Puerto Rico, and there's the plane there. And then there's also this plane here. Well, that's actually a civilian plane. All right, so anyways, we'll keep an eye on that. You can see that on Flight Radar 24. Okay, so we have our live shot back, and I am looking for more updates. I have yet to see or hear any official announcement from the American government about this. I'm seeing I don't know if that's legit. I'm seeing a video supposedly of helicopter firing toward the ground, but I can't confirm that's from tonight. Yeah, I don't know. One of the viewers said military vehicles are reported. I can't confirm that either. A lot of rumors flying around right now. A lot of rumors. Give me about, I'm going to disappear for about 6 seconds. Hang on. This is a live shot. This is a live shot from Caracas, 3:33 a.m. The explosion started about 90 minutes ago. By the way, for whatever it's worth, Pentagon Pizza Report which is an account I follow, at Penn Pizza Report, reports that as of about a half an hour ago, a late-night pizzeria near the Pentagon, Pizzato Pizza, suddenly surged in traffic. I don't know if that means anything. But, oh, hold on a second. B&O News claims that CBS News is reporting something. All right, so B&O News claims there's a report from CBS News. Yes, breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. We have breaking news right now from CBS News. I'm going to put it on the screen for you. Big breaking news. Jennifer Jacobs. President Trump ordered strikes on sites inside Venezuela, including military facilities, U.S. officials said, as the administration ratcheted up its campaign against the regime of President Maduro. So CBS News is reporting that this was military airstrikes, including military facilities. Let's see if anybody else has that. Now, what is this? I do not know if, maybe whatever was happening is over, or maybe it's not. We don't know. Oh, guys. Hey, guys, hold on a second here. I have a report for you. The New York Times says, eyewitnesses report particularly heavy and ongoing sounds of explosions in Fuerte Tiuna, a sprawling military base in the center of Caracas that is home to Venezuela's top brass and many senior government officials. The New York Times just posted that, okay? The New York Times just posted that eyewitnesses report heavy and ongoing explosions in Fuerte Tiuna, a sprawling military base in the center of Caracas that is home to Venezuela's top brass and many senior government officials. So that's a new report from the New York Times. Just came out. Where did this go? Just hang on. Oh, there's a statement? Telesur TV reports there's a statement from the government of Venezuela. Latin America News Channel reports that Telesur TV reports that the government of Venezuela says the objective of this attack is none other than to seize Venezuela's strategic resources, particularly its oil and minerals, attempting to forcibly break the nation's political independence. This is from Telesur, which is a major Latin American news channel, reports that statement. So again, according to Telesur, the Venezuelan government says The objective of this attack is none other than to seize Venezuela's strategic resources, particularly its oil and minerals, attempting to forcibly break the nation's political independence. Oh, yes, I'm seeing a bigger statement here. I'm seeing a bigger statement from the Venezuelan government coming out. So I'll try to read you that. Okay, I'm seeing that right now. I am seeing it getting posted now. This was read on Venezuelan television, apparently, according to Alert News 24. No, according to VIP TV. Okay, I'm looking at the statement right now. Guys, I am looking at the statement, and it says, Venezuela rejects, repudiates, and denounces before the international community, I'm translating it here, the grave aggression, the military aggression by the United States against its territory and population, Venezuelan population, in civil and military locations, civilian and military locations in Caracas, and the states of Miranda, Aragua, and La Guaira. This act constitutes a flagrant violation of the Charter of the United Nations, says the Venezuelan government, especially of Articles 1 and 2 that consecrate the respect of sovereignty, the equality of, I think, equal law of states, and the prohibition of the use of force. Such aggression threatens the peace and stability threatens peace of international stability, and then this word is, hold on here. So I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the statement in Spanish. Specifically, it threatens the peace and stability of Latin America and the Caribbean, and puts at grave risk the lives of millions of persons. So this is, again, I've seen this posted now from a number of Latin American journalists and stations. I'm reading the statement right now. Again, it hasn't been, I'm reading the untranslated version. Let me read you some more of this statement. The goal of this attack, says the Venezuelan government, is no other than to take control of the strategic resources of Venezuela, in particular its oil and minerals, trying to break by force the political independence of the nation. This will not be accomplished. After more than 200 years of independence, the people and its government, the legitimate government, they say, maintain firmly the defense and the sovereignty and the right inalienable of deciding their destiny. The attempt to impose a colonial war to destroy the republican form of government and force a change of regime in alliance with the fascist oligarchy will fail, as all of previous attempts have before. This is from, I'm reading you the statement from the Venezuelan government. Hold on. Just to give you some more of that statement, since the Venezuelan government says since 1811, Venezuela has faced and defeated, is that empires? Empires. When in 1902, foreign powers bombed our coasts, the president then proclaimed the, what is this? The rude plan, the insolent plan of foreigners has profaned the sacred soil of the country. Today, with the Moral de Bolivar, Miranda, and where's page 2? And our liberators, the Venezuelan people, hold on, will rise anew to defend their independence before the imperial aggression. Again, I'm just reading you this statement from the Venezuelan government. The government calls all of the forces, socialist forces, and politicians of the country to activate the plans of mobilization and reject this imperialist attack. The people of Venezuela and the armed forces in perfect fusion of popular military and political will find themselves deployed to guarantee the sovereignty and the peace. Simultaneously, the diplomats of the country will elevate their corresponding denunciations before the Security Council of the United Nations. Talks about some other other multinational boards, it looks like, urging the condemnation and the bringing to justice of the United States government. Nicolas Maduro, the president, says the statement, has arranged all of the plans of national defense to be implemented in the moment, and a strict, what is this? In a strict, I think that he's saying that all the plans have been made for defense by the president. I think it means in a way that respects the Constitution of Venezuela, and just basically in a legal way, they're saying, if I'm reading that right. It says Maduro has signed and ordered the implementation of, what is this here? Of a decree that declares the state of exterior conmotion, the state of exterior shock in all of the national territory to protect the rights of the population, the functioning of the Republican institutions, and to pasar de inmediato. I think to go immediately to the armed struggle. All of the country must activate itself to defeat this aggression imperialistic. So, again, they're saying he has signed and implemented a decree of some sort. Like an emergency decree. At the same time, the government says Maduro has ordered the immediate deployment of command for the defense, the integral defense of the nation, and of the organs of command for defense, and all of the states and towns of and municipalities of the country. In strict I think they mean in basically in strict conformity to Article 51 of the United Nations Charter. The Venezuelan government says Venezuela reserves the right to exercise its legitimate defense to protect its people, its territory, and its independence. We convoke, we gather the peoples and the governor, or we call together, I guess, they say. We call on the peoples and the governments of Latin America, the Caribbean, and the world to mobilize themselves in solidarity against active solidarity against this imperial aggression. And then they end by saying, as pointed out, the Supreme Commander Hugo Chavez, they say, the predecessor to Maduro, as he pointed out, this is the end of the statement, and they quote Chavez, before, in the face of any circumstance of new difficulties, whatever size they are, the answer, the response of everyone and all of the patriots is unity, fighting, battle, and victory. Okay, so that was my best attempt at translating the Spanish statement from the Venezuelan government. But in sum, they say that this was a military action by the U.S. They say it's illegal, it's against international law, it's against the United Nations Charter. They say they'll defend themselves, and the Venezuelan government says that the target of this attack, the goal of this attack was to take control of the strategic resources of Venezuela, in particular of its oil and minerals, and with the intention of breaking the independent political strength of the nation. Okay, so that is the Venezuelan statement. Oops. As we heard, CBS News is reporting that President Trump ordered strikes on sites inside Venezuela, including military facilities. Oh, Intel, Arizona, AZ Intel pointed out that CBS News has some more reporting. CBS News says that President Trump approved the strikes days beforehand. So CBS News says President Trump approved these strikes days beforehand, and officials discussed conducting this on Christmas Day, but U.S. airstrikes in Nigeria against ISIS targets took precedence, the sources said. CBS News said officials wanted weather conditions that were advantageous to the mission's success. So again, CBS News is reporting that these were U.S. military strikes. Barbara Starr, who is a former national security reporter and USC senior fellow, she says if it's confirmed that U.S. Special Operations helicopters struck targets in Venezuela, it suggests that small numbers of U.S. military or intelligence officials may be on the ground providing support, and the U.S. was not unduly concerned about low-flying pilots being shot down. U.S. forces would be jamming Venezuela radars to avoid being tracked, and rescue forces would be on standby if needed. I'm seeing hold on a second here. Hey guys, John Marquis has been doing some geolocation. So let me show you this really quick. John Marquis, you can go to @John_Marquis. He geolocated a video and he says La Carlotta Air Base was struck. I'll post a link to John's post, which also shows a video that Michael Horowitz posted. But John is saying that La Carlotta Air Base was struck. That's in Caracas. That is in Caracas. Give me a moment here. Oh, I might have some more video I can show you. Give me one moment here. Give me one moment here. Let me check this. We're showing you a live video right now. We have this live stream on from Caracas. Let me download this. Washington Post says loud explosions jolted neighborhoods near the Generalissimo Francisco de Miranda Air Base in the eastern Caracas community of La Carlotta. Residents said, with smoke visibly rising from one of the air base's hangars. I think I have a video from earlier, but I want to keep the live stream on for now. And there is a video that appears to show a helicopters attacking something on the ground, but I can't confirm that. Oh, Fox News! Breaking news! Breaking news! Fox News reports military strikes by the U.S. are underway. U.S. officials confirmed to Fox News. Multiple reports that U.S. airstrikes are have begun tonight in Venezuela. So Fox News is now reporting via Lucas Tomlinson of Fox News, U.S. military strikes against Venezuela are underway. I don't know if that means there more are coming or what. Wow. CBS News and Fox News reporting military strikes. U.S. military strikes. Oh, hold on a second. Another report came out, which I had not seen. So 9 minutes ago, Fatux Network spotted this. 9 minutes ago, NBC News reported, looks like our video has paused. That happened before. Hopefully we get it back. Oh, it's back. 9 minutes ago, NBC News said that they hear minor explosions in planes flying above right now. This is from NBC News 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago, NBC News said, "We hear minor explosions in planes flying above right now. Venezuelans are trying to reach family members abroad to get a better understanding of what is happening in their country." The person, Leela Venorio of NBC says, "There's a mountain between my residence and the Fort Tuyuna base, one of the sites where an explosion occurred. The flashes of light from the base are visible above the mountain." She says that that they appear to be very intense explosions at that base. Again, Fox News and CBS News are reporting that U.S. has launched strikes against Venezuela. Try to hear what he's saying. Still no official statement yet from the U.S. government. This is a live video from AP. This is live. I'm going to post a link in the chat to that helicopter firing video that apparently, well, that might be from tonight. I just posted a link in the chat. I've posted a bunch of videos on my X account. Oops. You know what? I thought I pinned it. Didn't I pin? Oh, I think I did. Hold on. Oh, yeah, it is pinned in the chat. Okay, sorry. Hey, a quick thank you to I'm not going to be able to thank everybody. Just thank a couple people. I really appreciate your support for the channel. Wombo Schlongo, Sibson, Neotrips, EOD Operator, Captain Cherry Donnelly, Sukuled, Abby Amazon, Wombo Schlongo, Texas Jack, I Am Charlie, Erroneous Rex, Colleen Z4P, XJ Tack, Braz, Tim Shower, DL Observer, Marcel Lafard, Heavenly Intervention, Red Wolf, Inhalation Aerosol, SNNUS, Lee Lenore, Sexy Princess Rider, Tasmanaut, 4955, Roy 1822, and also Bush Warrior, Random Guy, Tech Slug, Hot Richard, Night Owl, Tech Slug, over on Twitch, McBritches, Citizen Z. Thank you. hang on a moment here. So the Venezuelan government declared some sort of state of emergency. And again, they released a statement saying that the U.S. did this and rejecting and denouncing this attack. And as I mentioned, the Venezuelan government said that the target of this attack, the goal of this attack, is no other than to take control of the strategic resources of Venezuela, in particular its oil and minerals, and try to break the political independence of the nation. That is what the Venezuelan government said. What is this? Oh, I don't know what that is. There's also a bunch of unconfirmed videos floating around. Wow. And it's not just Caracas. So my headline says explosions in Caracas, and there's been a bunch reported in Caracas, but there were also explosions in other areas as well, just to be clear.
Muriéndose.
This was not just, apparently not just missiles. There is still no official announcement from the U.S. government. These strikes happened over 2 hours ago. They started. And the Venezuelan government released a statement about this like 45 minutes to an hour ago, I think it was, which we read. No official statement yet from the U.S. government. Nope, I have not heard a single official statement. Fox says they're hearing it, and CBS says they're hearing it. That's not an official statement. If you missed it before, the FAA issued an order that U.S. planes are not allowed over Venezuelan airspace. And this went into effect at 1 a.m. Eastern time, which is right around when the military action, apparent military action started. And the FAA order said that it was due to ongoing military activity. The Venezuelan government, in their statement, said that in addition to Caracas, the coastal states of Aragua, La Guaira, and Miranda had also been hit by what it called U.S. attacks. Now, we have no, assuming this really, I mean, I can't imagine this wasn't a U.S. attack. I don't know what else it would be. So, this presumed U.S. attack, we do not know what the targets have been. Well, I mean, some of them have been reported, but we don't know what specifically has been targeted. We don't know if people have been targeted. Are President Maduro or other higher-ups in the Venezuelan government or military, have they been targeted? We have no idea. I'm looking at another video here. I'll post a link to another video I just saw. Sorry, I'm checking a lot of different things just to get you the latest updates here as we look at this live shot from Caracas. There's some, Alert News 24, which is an account I follow that posts a lot of Latin American news. They claim that the Venezuelan defense minister was at an air base tonight during the U.S. attack on the base. I do not know if that's true. Oh, guys. So Reuters specifically said there were some accounts that were claiming Reuters was saying there were troops on the ground. Reuters said this is not what we are reporting. Because I told you I couldn't find that report from Reuters. Idris Ali said that's not what's being reported. So yeah, at some point, some people were saying that Reuters were saying there were U.S. troops on the ground. I never saw that report from Reuters, and Idris Ali from Reuters is saying we did not say that. NBC News says that Fort Tiuna, which was attacked, is in it's a major Venezuelan military complex, and the Ministry of Defense and the Military General Command and the Venezuelan Vice President's residence are all located there, says NBC News of Fort Tiuna. I wonder if we'll get a post from President Trump. I wonder if the first we hear from the American government officially will be from President Trump on his Truth Social. There is nothing on Trump's Truth Social yet. There is nothing there on his Truth Social. That might be the first thing you hear officially. Sal Plays says we gotta wait. The New York Times just posted saying, we are unsure where Maduro is at the moment, but some people in his inner circle appeared safe. That's what the New York Times just said. AP says calls to the U.S. Southern Command, which oversees military operations in the region, went unanswered. The FAA notice to airmen banned U.S. commercial flights in Venezuelan airspace over ongoing military activity. AP says smoke could be seen rising from the hangar of a military base in Caracas. Another military installation in the capital was without power. The Venezuelan government declared a state of emergency that gives Maduro the power to suspend people's rights and expand the role of the armed forces, says AP. They also blamed we were reading the statement before, they blamed this attack on the U.S., said the goal of this attack is the U.S. wants to take over the strategic resources of Venezuela, oil and minerals, and also wants to break Venezuelan political independence. El Diario is reporting that, also reporting that there were explosions with aircraft overhead were reported at the main military base, Fort Tiuna, west of Caracas, and also at La Carlota military base. Also, there were clearly videos show the attacks on the port of La Guaira. Also, Higuerote Airport in Miranda State and Libertador Air Base in Maracay, Aragua State. So there certainly sound like a lot of military targets were attacked. Also, there were reports of explosions in El Hatillo in Miranda State, where the country's main telecommunications station is located. It's almost like this person, I think, it's like they're holding up the camera. I don't even know if they have a tripod there.
¿Qué dice? ¿Está llamando Brian?
Flight Radar 24 points out that you can see an aerial refueling tanker on Flight Radar 24 orbiting south of Puerto Rico. About 35,000 people are tracking that flight. It's a U.S. air refueling tanker flying south of Puerto Rico, maybe refueling aircraft that have been flying to Venezuela. Evergreen Intel says they believe that the Laguay report video that some thought show a ship on fire actually shows 2 warehouses on fire. That's what Evergreen Intel thinks. No. Oh, Barbara Starr, veteran military reporter Barbara Starr, she says, as we track possible U.S. airstrikes in Venezuela, it's worth remembering that the White House and the Pentagon do not typically comment until all air crews are safely back. So far at this hour, we have heard no acknowledgement from the U.S., she says. Always possible that strikes remain ongoing. We've heard some reports claiming that explosions had continued to be heard, well, I want to say like an hour ago, but I haven't seen anything on the live cam, and that's not clear. So maybe strikes are going on. Maybe they're waiting for crews to get back. Maybe more strikes will happen. I'm going to take Caracas out because the explosions happened in multiple locations, not just Caracas. So far, Fox News and CBS News have reported that these are U.S. airstrikes. The president of Colombia and the Venezuelan government both say this is a U.S. attack. Breaking news, Reuters also now reporting that the U.S. is carrying out strikes in Venezuela, a U.S. official says. So Reuters is now reporting it as well. Idris Ali of Reuters says, a U.S. official says the U.S. is carrying out strikes in Venezuela. So that is the third news outlet to report that these are U.S. strikes. Oopsie, I had a typo. Maduro has not been, there's no official word from, hold on, there's a Venezuelan government statement, but Maduro has not been seen, so I cannot confirm anything about him. NBC News is also, NBC News' Jake Traylor reports that President Trump, White House officials says President Trump ordered strikes on Venezuela, which includes military facilities. We might have to change the name of this broadcast to U.S. attacks Venezuela, because that's what it's looking like where this is going. You know what? Give me 2 seconds here. I may do that.
Cortamos aquí.
Hang on 1 second here.
¿Cómo?
Uh-oh. Let's see what happened. Maybe I hope we get that back. That happened before. We've had a couple times where the live shot went out. Oh, stand by for more live. All right. So as soon as we get that live shot back, I will put it up there. So remember, what we know is that multiple outlets now are saying this is a U.S. attack. NBC News, CBS News, Reuters, Fox News all report that the U.S. military has launched an attack on Venezuela. Where is this all going? I do not know. A number of military sites have been reported hit. Military bases, a port, but I don't know all the sites that have been hit. Haley Britsky with CNN, Pentagon reporter, she reports that the Senate Armed Services Committee was not notified ahead of any potential military action taken tonight in Venezuela, a source familiar says. Oh, let me show you real quick also on Flight Radar 24. Here, we got the live shot back. Live shot is back. Let's go back to the live shot. The live shot is back. Nothing yet from President Trump. Nothing officially posted from the U.S. government, but multiple outlets are saying this is a U.S. attack on Venezuela. Give me 1 second here. I am just updating the title here, if I can. Give me 1 more minute. Just updating the title of the broadcast over here. Thanks for bearing with me. And I'm just updating the description. Thanks for bearing with me. And here we go. And the other thing I should really do is update the thumbnail, which I'm going to do right now while we have a second. Just give me about 1 more minute here. Thanks for your patience. Will there be more strikes tonight? I do not know. There could be. We don't know. We'll have to see. If you're not aware, there's a bunch of videos from about, I think it was around about 2.5 hours ago, about 2 a.m. Venezuela time, of multiple explosions in big explosions in Caracas and elsewhere in Venezuela, a number of other locations. And there's some videos of helicopters firing at targets on the ground, of a number of helicopters flying through the sky, possibly Special Forces helicopters. I have been posting them on my X account, which is pinned at the top of the chat. So you can go to my S account at Lookner if you want to scroll down and see them. Right now I'm going to keep the live shot up because I don't want to miss anything on the live shot if anything happens. But you can go there and see them there. There is no confirmed reporting about U.S. soldiers on the ground. Some people were claiming Reuters reported that. They did not. There could be, but I've seen nothing confirmed about that. Thank you, by the way, to NMCT, to LP Death, DTEX, Roberts Jordan, Fuchik, Arres, NMCT, Rune 1033, Snowy Weave, Femside, J-Dog, Davos World, Matthew Stevenson, BRNJNS, Maddie the Surfer, Martle Peanut, EOD Operator, Chef Danny B, E. Watson, Joe Friday, Abdullah Siraj, a couple more I want to just get in here, Wombo Schlongo, Neo Trips, C, Bibs Sibson, Captain Jerry Donnelly, thanks for your support. And also Lowenato on Twitch, Beautiful Profanity, Subsidian, thank you. Thank you to all of our moderators, too. I'll give them a shout in a second. OSINT Technical says that flights are being diverted away from San Juan, Puerto Rico. So if you go to Flight Radar 24, if you do that, apparently there are flights on Flight Radar 24 that are diverting from Puerto Rico. I don't know if that's because they were told to. U.S. is likely using Puerto Rico to conduct operations. But I'm just peeking here. Hang on. Can I find... Is this true? I was trying to check this myself. What are these flight numbers here? OSINT Technical posted a bunch of like some American Airlines flights that had apparently diverted. Yeah, a bunch of flights going to San Juan, Puerto Rico, have been diverted, it seems like. Here, let me actually just take a second. This is SJU. Filter, add new filter, airport, SJU. Okay, let's do that. Continue. Yeah, so there's a JFK, a JetBlue flight from JFK to San Juan that left at 2:11 a.m. and basically turned around and is going back to New York, it looks like. I can see that one. There's a Dallas to San Juan flight that left at 11:59 p.m. and was diverted to Orlando. There's a Houston to San Juan flight that was has turned around, appears to be heading back to Houston. So a bunch of planes that were flying from the continental U.S. to San Juan have been diverted. You can see that at flightradar24.com. Thank you, Mary Kennedy, Sally Walker, Papa Vickers, Gabrielle Alvarez. Thank you, Gabrielle from Argentina. Thanks, Joe Miami, LP Death. Thank you. You know, B&O News points out that it's unclear whether Trump is still at Mar-a-Lago or went to the White House unnoticed. That's interesting. I don't know. We haven't heard for sure. Oh, I have a report, guys, from CBS News. CBS News, Jennifer Jacobs, reports that locations hit in U.S. strikes, locations hit in U.S. strikes in Venezuela include the Fort Tiuna military base in Caracas, La Carlota airport in Caracas, the Volcano signal antenna, La Guaira port, main port of Venezuela. Those are some of the, I don't know if it's all of them, but those are among the locations that have been hit. Well, that's not all, because we've heard about reports of other ones as well. La Carlota is a military airport. Fort Tiuna is a military base. Those are both in Caracas. D thinks they're clearing the way for the big boys to come in. Well, I don't know if they do an initial round of strikes and then do they say to Maduro, you need to leave the country or something? I don't know. Lambo says we don't even know if he's still in the country. I have, well, I'm not going to show me this. I had a video from earlier I wanted to see. Give me a moment here, see if I can pull it up here. I'm going to look at it myself. I have a video from earlier showing some explosions, but maybe I'll put it on the screen. I really don't want to go away from the live shot at this point. I really like to keep the live shot up. So maybe if I get a free second, I'll show you that. I mean, I showed you stuff earlier. Again, if you haven't, you can go to my X account. It's pinned. My X account is pinned to the top of the chat. It's at Lookner on X, and I've reposted a bunch of videos there, so you can just scroll down and watch them. Ooh, wow, that's a crazy one. I might throw, what I can do, here's what I'm going to do. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put this video that I'm looking at. It's an AFP video that shows some explosions from earlier. And I'm going to put it in the corner. And because I really don't want to go away from the live shot. But what I'll do is I'll put this in the corner. And then we can watch it. And no, I don't really want to. I like having the live shot on. That's my choice. Hold on. If I can get this up on the screen. So in the corner, that's going to be earlier in the corner. Did I do this right? Let's see here. No. Well, maybe I did. So let me just put up on the screen that is from earlier, so people don't get confused. That is from AFP. So down there is earlier. Now let me hit play on this one. I'm going to hit play on this video, and I'm going to hit the... So let's see what's on this video in the corner there. Okay. Wow, that's a lot. So do you guys... Should I make... I can make that one big and make the live shot small for a second. Why don't I do that? Why don't I do that? I can make this big. I want to show you this video from earlier. But let me do that. I'll make this big, and then I'll make the live shot small. And then... Guys, this will make sense in a second. Then we can have them both up. Okay, so this is the live up top. And then, oops. And then the bottom is earlier. Okay, does that clarify, I hope, things? Top is live video. The bottom, which I'm going to hit play on now, is earlier. And we're going to see some explosions in the earlier video. What I'm going to do is get it all on the screen here for you. All right, let's try to make this work. Okay, so I'm going to hit play, and I'm going to turn off the volume on the live video. And now I'm going to turn on the volume on the earlier video. Okay, ready. So this is from AFP, earlier via AFP. And let's keep an eye on the live shot too. We can always, I can rewind the live shot actually if anything happens. But earlier via AFP, okay? Let's see. Just keep watching. I haven't even had a chance to watch the AFP video, but I know the whole thing, but I know there's explosions on it. Somehow the audio got messed up on it. Look at that. So that was an explosion right there. This is earlier here. Look at this. Wow. This is video from Caracas. You can hear the booms. You will see more on this video. The top video is live. The big video is earlier. The got their audio back on the earlier shot. Hold on. There's more video to come. More. Look at that right there. Look at that. Wow, crazy. Let me play that again. See that on the video from earlier from Caracas? The thing fly across the sky? Right there. Watch this. You'll see it again right there. You'll see the thing fly across the sky, and it's right there. Look at that. Boom. This might just be a loop. Well, we'll see. I'll let it play longer. This appears to be a loop from a little earlier. Watch, you'll see. Yeah, we saw that before. So this is a loop of like the same 2 minutes or whatever. Now I'll forward it. Maybe there's more. I don't know if that's just the 2 minutes we see on this video. There's other videos floating around too, but. Yeah, it's just, I think it's all, yeah, we saw that already. It's the same thing. Same thing. Yeah, I think this is just a loop. It's just a loop. Okay, anyways. Well, you saw that 2 minutes. Better than nothing. I just wanted to play you that. Here is the live shot right here. It's too loud, though. That is the live shot of Caracas. The Wall Street Journal is also, AZ Intel pointed out that the Wall Street Journal is also saying the same thing as a bunch of other outlets. Yeah, U.S. strikes Maduro. So the Wall Street Journal is saying a U.S. military operation is underway in Venezuela, according to an American official. Again, no public official statement yet, but a number of news outlets have said they've been told by officials of the U.S. that this is an American attack. NBC News says all commercial flights in Venezuela are canceled. Noticias Telemundo said. About 20 minutes ago, the New York Times said eyewitnesses say the explosions in Caracas have eased up, but there is still frequent noise from military planes over the city. The Washington Post says Fort Tiuna, Venezuela's largest military complex, was seen ablaze in Caracas after explosions in the city. That compound is headquarters to Venezuela's Ministry of Defense and Army Command. A power outage affected the southern area of the city near a major military base, witnesses said, according to Reuters. Hey, thanks to our moderators. I really appreciate it as we bring you this live breaking news coverage. Roberts Mayqueen and Donnie Davio and Janet B. over there on YouTube. Thank you so much. We have moderating on Twitch, DeBears, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Papa Bear. Also our moderators on X, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha, thanks for moderating over there. And also our Facebook moderators, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, thank you. Appreciate all of our moderators. Also thanks to Rescue Me, Vern's Rock Stuff, Content 13, Telengard Forever, Relaxing Sounds, Entertainment, Gabriel Alvarez, Hammaker's Journey, Papa Vickers, Mary Kennedy, Sally Walker, Detective Hatos, Hater, thank you. And also John Deeds, thank you, John Deeds on Twitch. Still waiting for some sort of official statement from the U.S. Not a statement. I do have some Venezuelan TV where they're saying Venezuela denounces aggression of the government of the United States. But no official statement directly to the American people from the U.S. government yet. I'm waiting to see something from President Trump on Truth Social. Oh, I think I'm getting another video in from Venezuela of that I'll have to show you in a little bit. I may have another live shot too soon that I can get you as well. in case you're wondering, there's a refueling tanker on south of Puerto Rico on Flight Radar 24 circling around. If some planes were taking off for Puerto Rico, if they were, it's roughly about 500 miles from there to Venezuela. But I mean, you know, there's an aircraft carrier in the area, in the region, all kinds of ships and military, a huge military amount of military resources the U.S., the Trump administration has brought into the area in recent months. Let's take a look at this real quick. So I am seeing some Venezuelan TV. Let me quickly, I'm going to make it small. Making this small. This is Venezuelan TV, according to Reuters. It says Venezuela denounces the aggression of the government of the U.S. What's he saying?
Hacer política, Hugo Rafael Chávez Frías, y que conoce muy bien cómo se manejan los hilos diplomáticos de la geopolítica y que hoy Venezuela está respaldada por el derecho internacional. Ahora, hay mensajes también en las plataformas digitales de diferentes voceros, expresiones, instituciones que queremos seguir leyendo porque estas horas de la madrugada han sido muy convulsas y el mundo entero fija su mirada en Venezuela. Leemos
So right now on,
lo colocamos en nuestra pantalla. Estábamos hablando.
Right now on Venezuelan TV, they're showing a statement of the Peace and Justice Project, which I'm not familiar with, which claims that the U.S. launched an illegal assault on Venezuela. They're showing that on Venezuelan TV. I'll keep an eye on the Venezuelan TV broadcast. If there's something interesting, particularly interesting, I'll certainly put it on there for you. The New York Times reports that no senior Venezuelan government or official or a military officer has made a public appearance since the start of the explosions. These strikes happened about 3 hours ago, starting at 2 a.m. Still waiting for our first official word. Oh, by the way, Democratic Senator Ruben Gallego posted and said, "Second unjustified war in my lifetime." This is a Democratic Senator, Ruben Gallego, who said, "Second unjustified war in my lifetime. This war is illegal. It's embarrassing. We went from the world cop to the world bully in less than 1 year. There is no reason for us to be at war with Venezuela." That's what Ruben Gallego said. If you missed it, there's multiple videos that appear to show helicopters striking targets on the ground. Low-flying helicopters. I was watching a video that Firejack sent me. You know, it really does look like, I don't know if it was all military targets, but a lot of the targets appear to be military targets. Military air bases, for example, but a lot of the targets do appear to be military in nature. So I'll be interested to see, does the United States come out and say they attacked military targets? OSINT Technical posted a video, a photo that supposedly is of the El Volcan Communications Complex just outside Caracas having been hit. CBS News said that among the sites hit included places like, where is it here? They did post it before. Yes, so for CBS News, Jennifer Jacobs said among the sites hit were Fort Tiuna, a military base in Caracas, La Carlota, a military airport in Caracas, the volcano, or I guess El Volcan, which is a signal antenna or a communications complex, and La Guaira Port, the main port of Venezuela. The Maduro government has condemned this attack. In a statement, it said that the target of the U.S. operation is to take over the oil and minerals of Venezuela and to break its political independence. Again, I am wondering if Maduro was not targeted tonight, is there some sort of communication after these strikes to Maduro threatening to ramp up further if he doesn't, say, leave the country or something? For those who might not be aware, by the way, Maduro is only in power, just to be clear, because in the last election, it is widely believed, based on evidence from the last election, that he lost the last election by a lot, but he declared himself the winner. So just to be clear, if you're not aware with Venezuelan politics, he is widely seen as someone who basically stole the last election and just declared himself the winner. I'm just mentioning that for people who might not know background on this. Now, the U.S. also, in recent months, has really made... President Trump has built up this huge military presence. And, you know, the Trump administration has talked about going after Maduro because they say, originally, a lot of the emphasis from the Trump administration was saying, well, Maduro leads this cartel, and Maduro is responsible for drugs coming into the U.S. That seemed to be the big point that the Trump administration was emphasizing. But in recent weeks, President Trump multiple times, Trump and the Trump administration, others from the Trump administration have said but President Trump has, I think, multiple times said that that Venezuela has stolen U.S. oil and resources, and they need to give it back, or the military operations are going to continue. So it's not even clear. I don't even know what the U.S. is going to say about why they did this. Are they going to say why they did it or not? But are they going to say, well, it's because of drugs? Are they going to say, well, you got to give us our oil and other resources you stole from us back? I don't know. Now, some people think it's really about getting Maduro out of power. But I don't believe the U.S. government, the Trump administration, has ever openly said that. But, you know, if you're saying, well, why is this happening? I don't have the answer for you. There's there's theories, there's multiple reasons that Trump has put forward. But there's also thinking that by some that it's not the stated reason. One of our viewers said it's all about oil. Well, the Maduro government has said it's about taking their oil and other resources. Hey, thanks so much to Florian Meyer. I really appreciate that, Florian. I am Charlie, David Cowlclough, The Lazy Money, Roberts Jordan, Joe Webb, Gabrielle Alvarez, Nancy, the Innie Goat, thank you, Snowy Weave, Paractorius, Burns Rock Stuff, Joe Webb, Rescue Me, and others. Yeah, so it's very interesting to see this kind of involved military attack by the U.S. on another country, and it's certainly not clear what the exact motivation and goals of the attack are. And I genuinely do not know. Will President Trump say we did it because of this? I don't know what he's going to say. Faytuck's network mentioned that the Wall Street Journal is reporting. I'm going to check it myself. The Wall Street Journal is saying, if I can look myself, that Venezuela's vice president has been reported safe, according to the Wall Street Journal. We have not seen Maduro at this point. I'm seeing somebody talking on Venezuelan TV This is Venezuelan TV. Let me turn the volume on, see if I can translate a little bit. I don't know if it will.
La barbarie de las fuerzas invasoras que han profanado nuestro suelo sagrado en las localidades de Fuerte Tiuna, Caracas, los estados Miranda, Aragua y La Guaira,
He might be really...
a impactar con sus misiles y cohetes disparados desde sus helicópteros de combate en urbanismos de población civil, para lo cual estamos ya levantando la información referente a heridos y muertos. Frente a este ataque ruin y cobarde que amenaza la paz y estabilidad de la región, elevamos la más contundente denuncia ante la comunidad internacional y todos los organismos.
Right, he's talking about how the government announces this and they're going to denounce it to the international community. He said something about information about deaths and injuries, but I didn't hear what he said. He might have said we're not reporting about that or we don't know about it now. I'd have to go back and listen to it again.
Libre, independiente y soberana, rechaza con toda la fuerza de su historia libertaria la presencia de estas tropas extranjeras que solo han dejado a su paso muerte, dolor y destrucción. Esta invasión representa el ultraje más grande que ha sufrido el país, que responde a la insaciable codicia de nuestros recursos estratégicos. Muy lejos de una supuesta lucha contra el narcoterrorismo, esta deplorable acción busca forzar definitivamente un cambio de régimen y someternos a los designios espurios del imperialismo norteamericano.
He's saying it's not about drugs and narco trafficking. He's saying this action, this military act, is seeking regime change.
Estamos llamados a defender con la misma dignidad. Por eso, en esta hora infausta, invoco el coraje que heredamos de los libertadores, quienes nos enseñaron que la dignidad no se negocia y que la patria es un valor supremo. Nos han atacado, pero no nos doblegarán. Unidos, soldado y pueblo, formaremos un muro de resistencia indestructible. Nuestra vocación es la paz, pero nuestra herencia es la lucha por la libertad. Nosotros, que extendemos la mano en hermandad, hoy cerramos el puño en defensa de lo nuestro.
I think he just said something like, we who extended our hand in friendliness now close our fist, he said.
La medida imperial hago un llamado ferviente a la serenidad y a la cordura, a mantener la unidad y la calma. La desesperación es aliada del invasor. La entereza es el escudo de la patria. No cedamos ante el pánico que el enemigo quiere sembrar. Evitemos
He's calling for calm and unity.
armas tan letales como las bombas. Demostremos al mundo la fibra de la que estamos hechos. Seamos resilientes, mantengamos la interés en la
Hold on,
diversidad
breaking news.
y pongamos
Breaking news.
en marcha
Breaking news. President Trump posted. President Trump posted Maduro has been captured. Maduro has been captured and flown out of the country. President Trump just posted that Maduro has been captured and flown out of the country. Breaking news. President Trump just said that Maduro has been captured and flown out of the country and his wife. All right, hold on. I'm going to put Trump's post on right now. I'm getting it up on the screen for you. People in the chat started mentioning it. Thank you. All right, here it is. This is President Trump's post right now. The United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. Details to follow. There will be a news conference today at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. Oh my gosh. Breaking news. The U.S. has captured Maduro and his wife. breaking news. They captured Maduro. And they say it's done with law enforcement. Oh my gosh. Wow. 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 Hang on a moment. So again, the U.S. has attacked Venezuela and captured Maduro. President Trump announced cut and paste this. Hang on, I'm just updating the description here. So let me just leave this on the... I'm going to let you soak that in for one more second here as I just update this. Wow, unbelievable. Wow, the U.S. has attacked Venezuela and captured Maduro. All right, hold on. Oh, wait 1 second. Hold on. Right, give me 2 more seconds here. I need 2 more seconds. Unbelievable. Now remember, they said it's been done with law enforcement. So, look, a number of experts and analysts have been saying they thought that the U.S. was setting this up because the U.S. has been saying for months that Maduro is the head of a drug cartel. And now some people believe that the whole drug thing was just an excuse to get Maduro out. So my guess is that you're going to hear at 11 a.m. law enforcement say, well, this is legal because he violated U.S. law by sending drugs in, right? So, I mean, that's where it looks like this is going because it says it was done with U.S. law enforcement. So now there's going to be, if they do come out and say, well, we captured him because we're going to prosecute him, there's going to be this question of, well, is that the real reason? Or is that just the reason they're being given? Wow. All right, give me one more second here. But that, to me, is where it looks like it's going, because they say it's done with law enforcement. Oops, let me do this real quick. Some of our viewers are talking about the precedent it sets. All right, give me one moment here. Let me just rearrange things. I got to rearrange things for a second. Just give me 2 seconds. All right, let me get this out of here. All right, I'll put this down here. I'm going to put this here. All right, so this is the live shot right there. That's the live shot of Caracas. And let me put up on the screen again this post by President Trump. Wow. Wow. There it is. So the U.S. has sent its military into Venezuela, attacked Venezuela, and literally captured the president of Venezuela and his wife and flew him out of the country. Wow. Now, also, what happens now in Venezuela? So Maduro isn't there anymore, but there's no like huge U.S. invasion of Venezuela that I'm aware of that has happened. So, okay, Maduro's not there, but what happens in Venezuela now? Does a close associate of Maduro then take power? Does anything change with the government except that Maduro's not there? I mean, so many people are, from what I've read, I'm not a Venezuela expert, but my understanding is that there's a lot of people in Venezuela who have a big stake in the government staying the same. So will those people, are those people who have a huge interest in the government staying basically the same going to say, oh, Maduro's not there anymore, so I'm fine with a regime change. Let's let Maria Corina Machado come back and be president. There's a lot of people who might not want that to happen. And if some other person close to Maduro takes over, what is the U.S. going to go back and do something else? I have no idea. Especially if the reason ultimately given for this is that it's about drugs. Well, if that's going to be the reason that it's about drugs, then the U.S. would probably have to couch any other intervention as also being about drugs. Is there going to be disorder now in Venezuela? Some of our viewers are talking about disorder in Venezuela. Wow, this is a huge deal. Wow, 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 guys. Big news. Big news. Doesn't get much bigger than this. I don't know what's going to happen there. Turn the volume up a little bit. So the press conference is at 11 a.m. That's 6.5 hours from now. Oh, hey, look, a vehicle. Hey, a vehicle. Is that a military vehicle? Breaking news, it's a military vehicle. It's some sort of vehicle. Is that a fire engine? What are we looking at? We have activity on the live shot. It's a vehicle with lights on it. A fire truck? A police vehicle? I don't know. But we just saw that. Okay. Okay. Wow. That is not a misprint on the screen. That actually happened. U.S. attacks Venezuela, captures Venezuelan leader Maduro. Unbelievable. And his wife, and flew them out of the country. Just captured them. Wow. I got to turn on keep looking at the Venezuelan TV as well. I guess they knew where he was. Why his wife says Hyper Kimberly, I don't know. I was thinking maybe after this they would say, the Trump administration would say, okay, you got to leave now. You got to leave now or we're going to do more. But they just captured him. Now, when they captured him, what was that like? Did he have security there? I have no idea. Some of our viewers are wondering if there was some sort of deal. Jennifer Griffin of Fox News says, no authorization of military force, no authorization of use of military force from Congress. Jennifer Griffin of Fox also says, no declaration of war against Venezuela, Senate Armed Services Committee reportedly not notified in advance. Our viewer, one of our viewers said, has the USA ever done this before, captured another president? That's what CryoKeen said. Meat Hook says, sends a message to the leaders of Iran. Old Moradim says, so the USA has now set lower world standards. Colombia's president, Gustavo Petro, says, we just finished the National Security Council meeting that started at 3 a.m. Public forces are deployed at the border, and all available assistance resources are deployed in case of a massive influx of refugees. The Colombian embassy in Venezuela is actively answering calls for assistance from Colombians in Venezuela. As members of the UN Security Council, we are already looking for those who want to help us convene the council. The Colombian government rejects the aggression against the sovereignty of Venezuela and Latin America. Internal conflicts between peoples are resolved peacefully by the peoples themselves. This is the principle of self-determination, which is the foundation of the United Nations system. Pucker War says, I think Colombia will be next. One of our viewers thinks there was help from the inside. FJ, who I follow, brings up the possibility that there could be other high ups in the regime and military who could have been captured or taken out. We don't know that either. Oh, what are we looking at here? Why is the camera zooming in? I don't know. Oh, that is a plane. There's a plane there. A plane and a helicopter. There's a plane and a helicopter. This is unbelievable that this has happened. Jennifer Jacobs with CBS News reports that Venezuela's Maduro was captured by Delta Force, the U.S. military's elite special mission unit. That's what Jennifer Jacobs says, CBS News. Delta Force did this, the U.S. military's elite special mission unit. Sambino says, when will this air on Netflix? Now, something I wonder about, who knows? I'm sure there'll be a lot of talk about this in the future. But, you know, down the road, do other countries now do this kind of thing who might not have done it before? I have no idea. I have no idea. Does the U.S. do something else like this during Trump's second term? I have no idea. Yes, so one of the viewers pointed out that in 1989, the U.S. launched an invasion of Panama following failed negotiations seeking Noriega's resignation. And Noriega was captured and flown to the U.S. That did happen in 1989. One of our viewers is asking if Maduro will be at the news conference. Will the U.S. release a picture of Maduro? Like a mugshot? What happens to Maduro now, somebody said? Oh, hold on a second. I assume he might get prosecuted for drug charges or something. Oh, hold on a second here. You know, we were listening to a statement, I think, by the defense minister. Oh, I don't know what that sound was, by the way. I'll see if I can get you. I don't know if I can. Oh, wait. What is that? What is? I don't think that's on. I think. I have no idea where that's coming from. Hold on. Okay, it's coming from the live shot. It's coming from the live shot. It's coming from the live shot. Okay? That is on the live shot. They're seeing now. Looks like they're showing vehicles on the live shot. They're showing vehicles. So just so you know, that it's coming on. It is coming from the live shot. So I can't, if I want to have the audio on the live shot, I have to have that on. Hold on a second here. Oops, sorry. Hopefully they can fix that. Look, I'll turn the audio off again. Oh, no, it isn't. I'm sorry. It's coming from somewhere else. Wait, it's coming from somewhere else. Where is it coming from? There's some other thing that's like, it's like a website or something, but I don't know where it is. I don't think I opened anything new. All right, hold on. Let me just figure this out. It's coming from somewhere, obviously. I'm looking at all the sites I have open. I've had them open. That's why I'm confused. Is there like a video playing or something? Maybe a video started. Well, I don't see one playing. This is where I have to figure out where this is coming from. Oh, I wonder, no, it's not from there. I don't hear it. Well, I honestly don't know where it's coming from. All right, hold on. Just hang on a moment here. All right, it's not there. Man, I don't know if it must be something playing somewhere or something. It's so confusing. Oh, it's on Twitch. Oh, it was on Twitch. So it was from Twitch, but I normally don't have the sound on. That's what I don't. Oh, I got it. I got it. So it was from Twitch, but normally I don't have the sound on from the Twitch broadcast. I had the sound on or something. So I was getting these notifications from Twitch. Sorry. It's been fixed. Thank you, though. Thank you, Zero Dark 30, Hawaiian Hooligan, Gripplechew, Ortiz 60, Lady Vashti, Crash Nash, Flirty Pie, Devil Doc, Spirit Musk, Oxytropis. All right, we got. Oh, I was trying to get the TV coverage. Yes, I'm gonna pull up the live TV coverage from Venezuela. So give me a moment here. Just give me a moment. Let me pull that up. I think they're replaying the defense minister's statement. If I have that right. Oh, they were just replaying it. I guess. Do you want to see the defense minister's statement? Let's look at the defense minister's statement. So this is AFP had a replay of it. So I'm going to pull this up right now. Hang on, let me get this on the screen for you. Let me get it on the screen for you. We have the other live shot up. Okay, I'm going to just make it small. No need for it to be big. And let's see what, I'm going to put this right up here. This is the defense minister's statement. Maybe I'll play it and try to translate some of it. And this is a little earlier. Earlier. Okay, now.
E hijas de Bolívar. La Fuerza Armada Nacional Bolivariana informa al mundo entero que en la madrugada de hoy, 3 de enero, el pueblo venezolano ha sido objeto de la más criminal agresión militar por parte del gobierno de los Estados Unidos de Norteamérica.
Okay, so right there he said that, again, I believe this is the defense minister. He said that overnight the U.S., what did he say? It was a criminal attack or something, denouncing this attack by the U.S. That happened overnight. The exact language, let me just, hold on.
Al mundo entero, que en la madrugada de hoy, 3 de enero, el pueblo venezolano ha sido objeto de la más criminal agresión militar por parte del gobierno de los
he called it a criminal aggression on the part of the U.S.
Estados Unidos de Norteamérica. Hasta el momento, la barbarie de las fuerzas invasoras que han profanado nuestro suelo sagrado en las localidades de Fuerte Tiuna, Caracas, los estados Miranda, Aragua y La Guaira, llegando a impactar con sus misiles y cohetes disparados desde sus helicópteros de combate en urbanismos de población civil para la...
Okay, so, is there a fire going on? Is that like a fire or something? I can't see. So just so you know, the defense minister, if that's the defense minister, which I think it is, he said that the U.S. attacked Caracas and several other locations, and he said that helicopters fired on urban areas. He said helicopters fired on urban areas during the attack. Now, what are we looking at right now? What is going on here? We saw a fire engine go out earlier. So are we looking at the... Actually, hold on a moment here. Is there a fire going on? Is that where the fire engine went? So again, he did say that helicopters were firing on urban areas. This is live, this shot. What is this? Oh, yeah, I can't tell if there's a fire. I don't really see smoke. Let me just, one of our viewers thinks it's fog. So let me go back. Let me go back and let me keep playing more of the statement from, again, I think it's the defense minister there in Venezuela. Let me play a little more of that statement for you. Give me a moment here. Give me one moment. Yes, this is, I believe this is Vladimir Padrino Lopez. the defense minister. So here, let me put that up there again. There's that. Where is it here? Okay, we're going to listen to a little more of his statement.
Cual estamos ya levantando la información referente a heridos y muertos.
Oh, well, hold on.
Frente a esta información civil, para la cual estamos ya levantando la información referente a heridos y muertos.
He says we're now gathering information about dead and injured. And he said that helicopters fired on urban areas.
Frente a este ataque ruin y cobarde que amenaza la paz y estabilidad de la región, elevamos la más contundente denuncia ante la comunidad.
He's saying the attack threatens the peace of the region.
Internacional y todos los organismos multilaterales. La Venezuela libre, independiente y soberana rechaza con toda la fuerza de su historia libertaria la presencia de estas tropas extranjeras que solo han dejado a su paso muerte, dolor y destrucción.
He basically says, like, Venezuela rejects these foreign troops bringing death and destruction, I believe he said. Is that what he said?
Esta invasión ha dado a su paso muerte, dolor y destrucción.
Yeah, pain, death, injury, and destruction. He said the foreign troops are bringing, and they reject it with all of their history, the state of Venezuela.
Esta invasión representa el ultraje más grande que ha sufrido el país, que responde.
Hold on. Is there somebody, it's like a car driving across there or something? I didn't see it. Hold on. Hold on. We have another fire engine, it looks like. Looks like the fire engine is there, or whatever that is. Vehicle on the live shot alert. I can see the reflection on the billboard, I think, of the vehicle. Almost 6 a.m. We'll watch more of that statement in a moment. Oh, guys, Sky News, Michael Horowitz spotted this. Breaking news, guys. Breaking news. Thanks to Michael Horowitz who spotted this. Sky News reports that sources tell Sky News that Maduro's capture was a negotiated exit. Sources inside now this is opposition sources. Sources inside the Venezuelan opposition tell Sky News they believe that this was a negotiated exit. Is that true? Some of our viewers thought that. I don't know. His wife was taken too. I don't know. So again, sources from the Venezuelan opposition tell Sky News they believe this was a negotiated exit. That's another question. What are we seeing here? What are we seeing here on this live shot? Oh, it's some sort of vehicle. Look, is that a fire truck or something else? I don't know. Their leader has been kidnapped. Maduro has been in power in Venezuela. Guys, Maduro has been in power since 2013. Since 2013. Wow. Wow. Unbelievable. Hey guys, let me play some more of the Venezuelan defense minister. Let's play a little more of the Venezuelan defense minister and see some more of what he had to say. All right, hold on a second here. We've been playing his statement. Hang on a second here. Oh, hold on. There's another video on. Hold on. I got to go to the other video. Wait, it's live. The other video is showing the vice president. Wait a second. I got to put the video on.
El pueblo venezolano está indignado. La cuna de nuestro padre libertador, la capital, Caracas, fue atacada. La capital, ciudad que vio nacer al libertador de la patria grande, que vio nacer al hombre más grande de nuestro continente, ha sido vulnerada, ha sido atacada y agredida. Ante esta brutal situación y ante este brutal ataque, nosotros desconocemos el paradero del presidente Nicolás Maduro y de la primera dama Cilia Flores. Exigimos al gobierno del presidente Donald Trump prueba de vida inmediata de la vida del presidente Maduro y de la primera dama. El presidente Maduro ya había sido muy claro y había advertido al pueblo venezolano de que una agresión de esta naturaleza, por la desesperación de la voracidad energética de los Estados Unidos, podía presentarse. Y lo primero que le dijo el presidente Maduro al pueblo de Venezuela fue pueblo a la calle, activado en milicia, activado todos los planes. Ha dado órdenes muy claras a la Fuerza Armada Nacional Bolivariana para que en perfecta fusión militar, popular.
So she's talking about Maduro and talking about how Maduro did activate the military to respond to this. This is the Vice President Delcy Rodriguez is speaking live on Venezuelan television.
Externo. Nosotros exigimos el respeto al derecho internacional. Condenamos esta forma brutal, salvaje, de agresión contra nuestro pueblo que ha cobrado la vida de funcionarios militares que se convierten en mártires de nuestra patria.
She says this was a savage act that was against international law.
En la ciudad capital, como en los estados Aragua, en los estados Miranda y en el estado La Guaira. Así que el llamado es muy claro. Las instrucciones del presidente Maduro han sido dadas.
She says
Las instrucciones del presidente Maduro es activar.
She says Maduro's instructions have been given and they are active, she said. Her instructions have been given and they are active. Then the sound went off on the video. But that's the vice president speaking, Delcy Rodriguez. It looks like they lost the feed. They lost the feed of her. Oh, no, they got it back. Now we have that truck again. What's that truck doing? Is that a fire truck or a police? It looks like a fire truck. Waiting to get the sound back from Delcy Rodriguez. Oh, hold on. I have it here. I can get the sound. Hold on. I get it a different way. No. Wait a second. What did I just see? Oh, I got a second live shot from Venezuela now. Oh my God. It's all changing. All right, hold on. Let's just get everything under control here. I have a second live shot from Venezuela. One from AFP and one from AP. Oh my gosh. All right, hold on a moment here. 2 live shots. Can you believe this? Uh-oh, I didn't do that right. What did I just do? Oh, I didn't do it right again. Oh, I'm sorry. I know what I did wrong. I'll fix this. I need to get this, put a little thing around it. Okay, these are both live shots. I kind of want to go back and hear what the vice president said, though. Well, she kind of got cut off. All right. Well, anyways. So the vice president did say, the vice president said that we have Maduro's instructions and they've been given, and we know that the instructions have been given, and I think she said implemented. How do I get the live feeds? Great question from a viewer. How do I get the live feeds? I pay for the live feeds. They cost money and I pay for them. That's how I get the live feeds. Oh, so I didn't see this part of the statement, but Tom Phillips, who I follow, said Vice President Rodriguez, she appeared to confirm the capture of Maduro. She demanded, I think we heard her say this, and I didn't quite catch the translation. Prueba de vida, proof of life. So she demanded the proof of life of Maduro and his wife. So I didn't I wasn't able to translate that when I first heard it. But I do remember her saying prueba. So again, the vice president on TV just moments ago demanded proof of life of Maduro and Maduro's wife. Now, this wasn't just an attack on Maduro, it wasn't just kidnapping Maduro. I mean, there were a lot of explosions and helicopters firing at targets on the ground. If you want, you can go to my X account. My X account is pinned to the chat. I'm at Lookner on X. If you scroll down, you'll see a bunch of videos there. But so they did capture Maduro and his wife, but it looked like a bunch of targets were attacked. And we've heard reported that multiple military targets were attacked. For example, CBS News said that included Fort Tiuna military base, La Carlota military airport, the Volcano signal antenna area, and the La Guaira port, the main port of Venezuela. Yes, the vice president also said during her, CNW, who I follow, pointed out that the vice president during her interview also said, we do not know the whereabouts of Maduro. We demand proof of life from President Trump. That's what the vice president said. Oh, no American casualties, one of our viewers pointed this out. The New York Times said a U.S. official said there were no U.S. casualties, but would not comment on Venezuelan casualties. So the New York Times said, hang on, a U.S. official said there were no American casualties in the operation, but would not comment on Venezuelan casualties. The defense minister called this the worst aggression ever against Venezuela. The defense minister did not talk about Maduro's capture in his statement. What's this? We're about to get a third live stream from Caracas. I now have 3 live streams from Caracas. So let me... There's 3 live streams from Caracas. AP, Reuters, and AFP. Can't even fit them all on the screen. Should I get the third one on the screen too? Give you complete coverage here. Hold on. That's number 3. Look at this. I don't even have enough place to put them all. David Hammond says, I'm really surprised how fast that was. It started around 2 a.m. At least that's when the explosions happened. It seemed like, I mean, the period of explosions seemed, I don't know, like, if you told me it was like 15, 20 minutes when we were really hearing about the explosions. Or half hour or something. Again, I don't know what's going to happen in Venezuela now. I mean, their leader, Maduro, isn't there. But I don't know if they killed or captured anybody else. The defense minister and the vice president have already been on TV. So I don't know what's going to happen. And also, what happens with like the Venezuelan opposition? Does the U.S. say, we got Maduro, we're going to try him on drug charges, and that's it? And that's it? Or I don't know. Yeah, the press conference is at 11 a.m. Oh, yes, so should I take a nap? One of our viewers is asking that. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how we figure this out. I will cover the 11 a.m. press conference. I'm going to stay on live for now. If I'm still here in 2 hours and there's no new news, well, I might take I'll probably take a break at some point. So I don't know if it'll be a different stream when we cover the press conference or this stream. We'll cover the press conference, but yeah, it's still 5 hours and 45 minutes away. And that's if it starts on time. Who knows if it'll start on time? Wow. Wow, guys. Wow. If you didn't see it, President Trump said that the United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolás Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. Details to follow. There will be a news conference today at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. Hey, thanks to Inhalation Aerosol, Yahweh, The Lazy Money, Jojo, D-Tex, Beckett Littlefield, Full Tang, Abby Amazon, Dad's Gone Live. Yeah, Dad's Gone Live says can't live stream that one. Dad's Gone Live does some great live streaming, but not in Venezuela. Thanks also to Rune, Preserving Humanity, who says, what is Venezuela's line of succession? Yeah, so I don't know how they'll handle this, how the Maduro regime will handle this. Raven Gray says, a U.S. SOCOM snatch and grab of this scale was not on my bingo card. 2026 is starting wild. That's what Raven Gray said. Thanks, Raven Gray. Thanks, Balls433, Gabrielle Alvarez, Denise Horton. Hey, thanks to Barbs. Some people are whistling. Unless it's a bird. Might be a bird. Hey, thanks, Barbs. That's really nice of you, Barbs. Thank you, Barbs. Thanks, Ray Romantico, Boomer Wow, Radio Star, N4S4H, who thinks it's because of the Epstein files, and Annie NJ, and Loki. Also, shout out to Gonzalez. Thanks, Gonzalez, and DDJ85, and Late Boomer on Twitch, Olo Bustio A, Lux Progressive, Julian John Jr., Ortiz 60, Hawaiian Hooligan, Gripplechew over there on Twitch. Shout out to our moderators who are here. Really appreciate it. Hang on a moment. I want to just thank our moderators. Give me a second here. One moment, please. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. On Twitch, we have moderating LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Wow, big news. This is about as big as it gets. Thank you to Margaret Riley, moderating over there on Facebook. Thank you. Also, hang on. Hang on a moment. One moment. Hang on. Had to fix something on my end. Janet B. Thanks, Janet, for moderating, and Ruth, and all of our other YouTube mods. Thank you so much. Thanks, Elvado1. Elvado1 thinks China will point to this as the reason they can do it to Taiwan. Elvado1 thinks it sets a historical international precedent. And Elvado 1 thinks it does not stop the drugs because 90% of them come from Mexico's border. That's what Elvado thinks. Oh, hold on. That's what Elvado thinks. Thank you also to, hang on. Cowgirl Frog, Barbara Cosal, Pab Loco, thank you. Pab Loco from Chile. Our viewer Pab Loco from Chile says there are Venezuelan people celebrating in Chile loud streets. Thanks Unspoken TXTV and X Kingly and Siddharth Lohochab. Siddharth Lohochab. Also Evie Har, Michael Hutchinson. How will Russia respond, says Michael. Vanessa CC, Sam Jabin, Neb, Hellwolf. Sorry, I'm a little behind on my thank yous. Chaka, JRT, Robert S. Jordan, Sexy Princess Writer, Mama 457 Rose, Bengal Cat Chill, SV Janus, I Am Charlie, Lou S. A few more here. Telengard Forever, Full Tang, Call Me RFP, Rescue Me, Chance Bowen, Raven Gray, and R.A. Clark. Sorry if I miss people. Oh, B&O News posted something from Senator Mike Lee. Okay, guys. So, Senator Mike Lee, thanks to B&O News, we have a little breaking news here from Republican Senator Mike Lee, who is a strong supporter of President Trump. Where is his... Is it? Hold on, let me just find this. I believe this is his personal account. Hang on. Yes, so this is Utah. Mike Lee is from Utah, right? Check out what he posted. U.S. Senator from Utah. Okay, this is what Mike Lee posted, guys. Look at this. Look at this. Breaking news. So, 2 hours ago, he said, I look forward to learning what, if anything, might constitutionally justify this action in the absence of a declaration of war or authorization of the use of military force. That's what he said 2 hours ago. Then he said, I just got off the phone with Secretary of State Rubio. Secretary of State Rubio informed me that Nicolas Maduro has been arrested by U.S. personnel to stand trial on criminal charges in the United States, and that the kinetic action we saw tonight was deployed to protect and defend those executing the arrest warrant. This action likely falls within the president's inherent authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to protect U.S. personnel from an actual or imminent attack. So again, Mike Lee says that Secretary of State Rubio said all of the military activity you saw tonight was done to protect and defend those executing an arrest warrant against Maduro. Remember, the U.S. has been saying for months that Maduro is the head of a drug trafficking cartel, and saying he's wanted for drug trafficking, and offer, I think, a $50 million reward. And there's been this question of, is the drug trafficking thing, is it a good faith angle that the U.S. is taking, or is it just an excuse to remove him from power? I'm not going to tell you how to think. Wow. So again, but I was saying that. I was just saying like a half an hour ago, I was saying, well, there seems to have been a lot of other military activity besides just capturing the guy. And so, according to Senator Mike Lee, Secretary of State Rubio says all the other military activity, the helicopter strikes at targets on the ground, the bombing of a military base and a military airfield and a military I think the main port in Caracas. And supposedly, Secretary of State Rubio said all of that was just to protect the law enforcement people who were coming in. I don't know. So there you go. Thanks to B&O News for finding that. Anyways, I wanted to let you know about that. Let's get the sound back on here. Where did I have it here? This one. Oh, breaking news. Mike Lee says, Senator Rubio anticipates U.S. Senator Lee says the Secretary of State Rubio anticipates no further action in Venezuela now that Maduro is in custody. This is a big breaking news. Oh. I missed that part of the post by B&O News. Look, Mike Lee says U.S. anticipates no further action Secretary of State Rubio anticipates no further action in Venezuela now that Maduro's in U.S. custody. So this is very interesting. So what if the Maduro regime just stays in place? What if the vice president becomes the president or something, and pretty much the whole regime stays in place? Is the U.S. going to be okay with that? Is the aircraft carrier going to leave, and are all the ships going to leave? I don't know. Wow. One of our viewers thinks they will behave. Anyways. It's also interesting that Mike Lee is posting that when there's been no official statement about that from the government. Oh, the New York Times, thanks to AZ Intel for mentioning this, the New York Times posted that they talked to Trump. The New York Times says that hold on. President Trump celebrated the success of the mission. He said a lot of good planning and a lot of great troops and great people. It was a brilliant operation, said Trump. When asked if he had sought congressional authority for the operation or what is next from Venezuela, Trump said he would address those matters during his news conference at Mar-a-Lago. Oh, the Russian Foreign Ministry came out with a statement. Hang on, I'm gonna give you the Russian Foreign Ministry statement. Hang on. One moment, let me pull this up on the screen and tell you what the Russian Foreign Ministry says. This is the statement from the Russian Foreign Ministry. Hang on, I'm going to post this actually, I think. This morning, the USA committed an act of armed aggression against Venezuela. This causes deep concern and condemnation. Hold on, let me keep reading this. This is the Russian Foreign Ministry statement. This morning, the USA committed an act of armed aggression against Venezuela. This causes deep concern and condemnation. The pretext given to justify such actions are untenable. Ideological hostility has prevailed over business pragmatism. That might be a bad translation. And the willingness to build relationships of trust and predictability. In the current situation, says Russia, it is important, first of all, to prevent further escalation and to focus on finding a way out of the situation through dialogue. We proceed from the fact that all partners who may have claims against each other should seek ways to resolve problems through dialogue solutions. We are ready to support them in this. Russia says Latin America must remain a zone of peace, as it proclaimed itself in 2014, and Venezuela must be guaranteed the right to determine its own destiny without any destructive, much less military influence from outside. We confirm our solidarity with the Venezuelan people and support the course of the Bolivarian leadership aimed at protecting the national interests and sovereignty of the country. We support the statement of the Venezuelan authorities and the leadership of Latin American countries on the immediate convening of a meeting of the UN Security Council. The Russian embassy in Caracas is functioning as usual, taking into account the situation, and maintains constant contact with Venezuelan authorities and Russian citizens located on the territory of Venezuela. At the moment, there is no information about affected citizens of the Russian Federation. So Russia criticizing this act of armed aggression, they call it, by the U.S. against Venezuela. The AFP stream is having an issue. Oh, they got it back. Hey, thanks to Cody Avant. Thank you, Cody Avant. I appreciate that. Also, Joshua Moon, Phoenix, Mr. Ray Romantico, Flying High, who says, wonder if the Venezuelan people take to the streets to celebrate and demand change for a political party change. I don't know what's going to happen there with domestic politics. I mean, Maduro is gone. Maduro is gone, but for all I know, that's the only person that's gone. I wouldn't be surprised if some people died, but the vice president's still alive, the defense minister's still alive. The rest of the government, presumably, most of it's still intact. So are they just going to want to, is the rest of the Maduro regime just going to want to hand over power? Especially if the U.S. ends up saying something like, well, that's it, we don't anticipate doing anything else. I don't know. Leo with Blue says, I wonder how Russia will view Zelensky now after Rubio's statement. Thank you, Leo with Blues, and Harayo, and YIY, and the Chick Tube, and Mama 457 Rose. One of our viewers said, Iranian regime out also? Well, you know, a thought I have is if Israel before might have thought about taking out the supreme leader in Iran, I don't know if Israel before thought about it. And I don't know if before would Israel not want to do it because the U.S. wouldn't want them to do it? But now, would that be a harder argument for the U.S. to make? I don't know. Would the U.S. do something in Iran like this? I don't know. Some of our viewers are concerned about the precedent this sets. Again, Mike Lee, Senator, U.S. Senator, says he talked to Secretary of State Rubio and said Secretary of State Rubio does not anticipate any further action, with the military action, now that Maduro is in custody. 6:41 a.m. Oh, CNW, who I follow, they do a lot of good reporting on Venezuela. CNW, at Conflicts W. They say that the Minister of the Popular Power for Interior Justice and Peace of Venezuela, Diosdado Cabello, they say he is alive and still in Venezuela, according to CNW. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of some people in our chat. I'm seeing a lot of like journalists and analysts post things like, "What's going on in Venezuela now?" Right? So the U.S. captured Maduro, but the rest of the government appears to be still there. Is the U.S. going to take any further action to try to create regime change? I mean, Maduro himself leaving does not in and of itself create regime change. And there's many people who would not like Maduro in power, who would like him to leave, but there's also many people, vested interests, who stand to lose a lot if there's regime change. Oh, Succuled said Diosdado said gave a statement on state TV. I did not see that. I'll check for some updates on that. The Interior Minister said Venezuela knows it has been attacked and it knows what it has to do. They carried out a vile attack against a sleeping nation. The Interior Minister, that's according to Telesource, so the Interior Minister has spoken. So the Vice President, the Interior Minister, and the Defense Minister have all spoken on TV. Yep. So again, he also said, let no one fall into despair. So the Interior Minister has appeared on TV. So he said, this is an attack against Venezuela. We are deployed. And from here we call for calm among our people and ask them to trust in the leadership. Let no one despair and make things easier for the invading enemy. That is from VPI TV. But they showed the clip of the video. This certainly doesn't seem at the moment like this was an effort to take out the whole top of the regime, because we already know the Vice President and the Interior Minister and the Defense Minister have all appeared on TV. Now, I wonder if the Interior Minister and the Vice President and the Defense Minister, well, I think the Vice President called in, but Does it speak to a certain degree of confidence that they're not going to get attacked, that they appear on TV? What do the other higher ups know? Lucifer thinks they gave him up? I have no idea. El Nacional reports that one of the explosions tonight occurred on a mountain near the Fort Tiuna, which houses the headquarters of the Defense Ministry. We don't know. We don't have an accounting so far of whether Venezuelans are killed and injured. Although the defense minister suggested there had been Venezuelans killed and injured. I can't give you definitive facts on that. What is this from? So again, the press conference is coming up on at 11 a.m. from Mar-a-Lago. Wow. Huge news, huge developments. Did you hear, says, will Maduro be at Mar-a-Lago? One of our viewers said next, James Sharp says next up Cuba. Thanks, Crooked Menagerie, who mentioned Trump's message that when he threatened a couple days ago that he would attack Iran if they shot protesters. The Crooked Menagerie thinks this is a message to Iran, too. Thanks, Crooked Menagerie. Not Danny says this will surely stop the drug trafficking into the U.S. Just checking for more updates here. Oh, a vehicle is moving at that site there. By the way, I just saw Associated Press and others are reporting that Supreme Leader of Iran, the Supreme Leader of Iran, Khamenei, has spoken and addressed the protests and said the rioters must be put in their place. He said, we talked to protesters, but the rioters must be put in their place. AP says it's not after Maduro has been captured. It is not immediately clear who is running Venezuela. The White House did not immediately respond to questions about where Maduro and his wife were being flown to. Maduro was indicted in March 2020 on narco-terrorism conspiracy charges in the Southern District of New York. Maduro last appeared on state TV yesterday, Friday, while meeting with a delegation of Chinese officials in Caracas. That was just yesterday. Hey, thanks, Louis R. so much. I appreciate that, Louis R. Louis says, thanks for the coverage. The one night I fall asleep early and I wake up and we captured Maduro. Thanks, Christy Miller. Thanks, Christy. And also Artemis78. Thanks to Hawaiian Hooligan. Gonzalez says, I wonder if there'll be some sort of negotiation for Maduro's release, trade some oil. That's what Gonzalez says. Thanks, El Moco and Gonzalez. Thanks, Vlad Amir. Hey, thanks, Vlad. I really appreciate that, Vlad Amir. Also, DDJ85 and Late Boomer. One of our viewers thinks Trump will pardon him. But that viewer might be joking. I got a little video clip here from Reuters. Video clip from Reuters coming up. They have an article. Trump says Venezuela's Maduro deposed, captured after U.S. strikes. Now, let me... I'm going to play this video. Oops, you're going to hear it in a second. Oh, hold on. Let's just take a second and watch this video. This was earlier. I've posted a number of videos on my X account from earlier. You can go watch them if you want. Oops, that didn't work. Hold on. You can go watch them if you want, but they're on my X account. My X account is pinned to the chat. Here is one from Reuters. If I can get it on the screen for you. Oops, that's not what I want to do. Let's see here. See that there?
Amor. Ay, no. Mira eso. Mira eso.
I'd like to make that a little bigger.
Amor. Ay, no. Mira eso.
Nope, I didn't do it the right way. Let's try this one more time. Let's try to make this a little bigger one more time.
Mira eso.
There. This is earlier. It's just an example. There's plenty of videos floating around, but that's an example of one of them.
Ay, no. Mira eso. Mira eso.
All right. Anyways, but if you want, go to my X account. Again, it's linked. It's pinned to the top of the chat, and you can see a lot of different videos there. Crazy Yoda thinks Maduro negotiated real quick when the special forces showed up in his living room. Hey, thanks, Crazy Yoda. Thank you, Jack Horicon, who thinks he's going to prison Maduro. Reuters said Washington has not made such a direct intervention in Latin America since the invasion of Panama in 1989 to depose military leader Manuel Noriega over similar allegations. The U.S. has accused Maduro of running a narco state and rigging last year's election, but I haven't heard that that's why I don't think the election, they haven't said, has anything to do with him. Well, at least publicly, they haven't talked about him rigging the election as a reason for doing this. Reuters says, while various Latin American governments oppose Maduro and say that Maduro stole the 2024 election, direct U.S. action revives painful memories of past interventions and is generally strongly opposed by governments and populations in the region. Another interesting question is how do people in the region feel about this? I mean, I'm sure some people want Maduro out of power. One witness Reuters talked to said, Reuters says residents expressed shock and fear as they captured video of billowing smoke and bright orange flashes in the sky. One resident told Reuters she went to her roof and could hear planes at different altitudes, though she could not see them. She said, we don't know anything from the government, only what state television says. Cuba and Iran, allies of Venezuela, were quick to condemn the strikes. Thank you, Just X and Siddharth Loho Chop. Thank you. Here's a statement from the EU. The EU, I think it's the Foreign Affairs head, Kaja Kallas, High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy. Kaja Kallas of the EU says, I have spoken with Secretary of State Rubio and our ambassador in Caracas. The EU is closely monitoring the situation in Venezuela. By the way, I don't know if that brown is from is that spot from one of the strikes? I don't know. Is that from one of the strikes right there? I honestly don't know. Is it pronounced, one of our viewers said it's pronounced Kaya Kalas. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong. Anyways, EU Representative for Foreign Affairs Kalas said, the EU has repeatedly stated that Mr. Maduro lacks legitimacy and has defended a peaceful transition. The EU has repeatedly stated that Mr. Maduro lacks legitimacy and has defended a peaceful transition. Under all circumstances, she says, the principles of international law and the UN Charter must be respected. We call for restraint. The safety of EU citizens in the country is our top priority, she says. Yeah, so those might be two strikes there. I mean, if those were strikes, it doesn't seem like they did that much damage, right? Those two? I mean, those were not, if those two were strikes, they were not two of the bigger strikes. But I don't know. I don't know if those are really strikes or something else. Someone thinks there could have been flashbangs or something. B&O News points out that Maduro's last public appearance was meeting with China's special envoy just hours before he was captured with the U.S. I wonder if China, I'm sure China has other views on this, but I wonder if China sees this as like an insult to them, that the U.S. just hours after the Chinese envoy was meeting with Maduro just captured Maduro. Honest says we are still within the first 12 months of Trump's second term. Christian Treebird of the New York Times posted 3 images of the El Volcan antennas, communication antennas station center, which was attacked, according to multiple reports. I don't have any video of Maduro being captured. Somebody sent me a video that they claimed showed Maduro after being captured. I have my strong doubts that that is legit video. My guess is that it's not, but who knows? Yeah, I'm seeing this photo go around of Maduro, but I also saw a video clip, and I do wonder, some people were saying it was AI, but this photo making its way around the internet, supposedly of Maduro in custody, there's a video clip it looks like it's taken from, and I have a hard time believing there's a video clip out. My guess is that it's fake, but maybe it's real, I don't know. It's strange to me that you'd have some random accounts having this and no news outlets having it. I mean, it would be quite, I would assume, I haven't tried it myself, I would assume it'd be pretty easy to have AI make you a video. I mean, AI can, or make a photo. AI can certainly do that. You can make celebrity photos quite easily with AI, within seconds. So I don't know, maybe, again, it doesn't feel right to me, but maybe it'll turn out that's a legit photo. Maybe U.S. government officials are asleep right now because they were probably up late night keeping an eye on all this, and maybe they want to sleep some before the press conference. Maybe Trump will post a picture of him at some point. You know, I kind of feel like that the administration will want to post a picture of him. I don't know for sure, though. So is there going to be a trial with Maduro? One of our viewers said, what if he's acquitted? It's an interesting question. I was going to show you So remember, there is a $50,000 reward from the U.S. Department of Justice and Department of State for Maduro. leader of the, they say, specially designated global terrorist cartel de los Soles for narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, conspiracy to use and carry machine guns and destructive devices in furtherance of a drug crime. 50 million. Did I not say 50 million? Oh, did I say 50,000? If I said 50,000, it's because I'm just, my brain isn't working because we've been up all night. Clearly it says 50 million. So sometimes, especially if I've been on the air for a while, I'll say something and I'll be thinking one thing. I was like, why are people saying 50 million in the chat? I guess I said 50,000. I meant 50 million. We talked about it earlier. Maduro was charged in 2020 in the Southern District of New York for narco-terrorism, conspiracy to import cocaine, possession of machine guns and destructive devices, and conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices. I actually have the press release about that right here. I'll post a link in the chat. That was in 2020. U.S. Attorney Jeffrey Berman said, today we announced criminal charges against Nicolas Maduro Moros, Nicolas Maduro Moros for running together with his top lieutenants a narco-terrorism partnership with the FARC for the past 20 years. That was in 2020 this was announced. I don't know how things are going to play out in Venezuela now. Again, Maduro isn't there, but seems like the rest of the government is pretty much intact at the moment. Oh, we might have to switch the live shot. I have to, as you can see, we have two other live shots. Put the volume on this one. That volume isn't as good as the other one. How about this one? I don't know if that live stand by for more live on that shot. Hold on, stand by for more live on that shot. While we're waiting for that live to come back, we'll make this one bigger. But I'll wait for the other one to come back. Faye Tuck's News posted a video. The live is back. Faye Tuck's News has posted a video that supposedly shows some celebrations erupting in Venezuela. Yeah, I would just be careful on drawing quick conclusions about where things are going in the country. We really don't know where things are going in the country. Ooh, the sun's coming up there. Maybe the filter changed on the... Seeing the sun come up. Maybe the filter changed on the camera. One of our viewers said, very interesting to wake up to. Yeah, I bet a lot of it in America, I bet a lot of people were just asleep while this was happening. I mean, I think we jumped on the air probably at like 1:30 or something. Hold on a second here. One of our viewers said, what did I just wake up to? So the press conference isn't for another, I don't know how to handle this. The press conference isn't for another 4.5 hours. And that's if it starts on time. Another 4 hours and 40 minutes, and that's if it starts on time. I might take a quick few-minute break right now. I might just grab a snack real quick and then come back. I got to figure out how we're going to do the... I'll definitely be covering the press conference. I just don't know if I'm going to keep this stream going. I might, you never know, but that's a long time. Also, it's 6:20 a.m. U.S. time. Maybe I'll take a bit of a break but leave the stream up for the moment. I could do that as well. And then see how I feel after my break. I could do that. Why don't I do that for right now? Let me take a little break, but I'll leave the live feeds up. And then it's possible after the break I'll just be like, oh my gosh, I got to take a nap. Or maybe I won't. I don't know. So, but I have these live feeds. So let me just leave the live feeds up. I'm going to do that. I'm going to take a break right now. And I'm going to leave the stream up. Hopefully the live feeds all stay up. And we'll see how this goes. All right? So you can keep watching the live feeds, and I'm not going to take a nap yet, but I'm going to take a little bit of a break. And then again, I'll see how I feel in a little bit and come back in and let you know. But yeah, at this point, there's like not much. I'm exhausted. There's not much new news, but I don't want to stop the stream yet. So let me put on the screen. I'm just going to put on the screen. Steve is taking a break. Maybe I'll put it right in the corner there. Oh, I know what I need to do. Steve is taking a break. Let's do that. And people can hang out and chat. All right, so I'm going to put this here. If there's some huge emergency, I can always run back on. All right, so, oh, by the way, thanks to Lidwine Elizabeth and DeWatchman and 1R. Thank you. And Ares Aus, AUS, Ares AUS. I don't know what to put here, LOL, please. Also, Tenfold on Twitch. Hawaiian Hooligan. Shout out to our moderators. Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Papa Bear. On Twitch, on Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, on Facebook, Kay Larry Body, and Margaret Riley have been there. Thank you. And Margaret's there right now. And also Ruth over there on YouTube and all of our other, Janet B. All right, so here's the plan. I'm going to take a little bit of a break, and I'll check in after my break, but it's possible at the end of my break I'll just be like, I got to take a nap. We're definitely going to cover the Trump press conference at 11 a.m. But I need a break right this second because we haven't taken one all stream. So I'm taking a break now. Hang out, talk, and chat. I'll leave the live shot up, and then in a bit I'll come back and check in and let you know what we're doing. All right. So more soon. More soon. Hey, really quick before my break, I forgot to thank a couple people. Quick thank you to Baron Lataken. Thank you so much, Baron. Alice Beatonbow. Thank you. And also Scott Taggart. Thank you, Scott. All right. Now I'm taking my break.
¿Qué quieres cambiar cámara?
All right. Hey, I took a little break. But I came back as I told you I would. And I don't think that much huge happened since I've been gone. I was keeping up a bit. But let me show you a couple things. Yeah, about the Maduro indictment amount. Maduro had already been indicted in 2020. So I know it's a little confusing. I don't know if his wife was indicted in 2020. Maybe she was indicted in 2022, 2020 as well. So, because Pam Bondi posted, Maduro and his wife have been indicted. You might think that's new, but that's not. I mean, Maduro was indicted back in 2020. See, 2020. Maduro and 14 current and former Venezuelan officials charged with narco-terrorism, corruption, drug trafficking, and other criminal charges. March 2020. So Pam Bondi says Maduro and his wife have been indicted in the Southern District of New York, which has already been happened. Maduro has been charged, again, this was years ago, with narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive devices, and conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices against the United States. Yeah, that's from, it says it right here, right? Yeah, Maduro, it says it right here. Narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine. Yeah, so it's all here. So this is not new. I don't know about his wife, but the charges against Maduro are not new. They're 5 years old. They will soon face the full wrath of of American justice on American soil and American courts. She says, on behalf of the entire U.S. DOJ, I would like to thank President Trump for having the courage to demand accountability on behalf of the American people. And a huge thank you to our brave military who conducted the incredible and highly successful mission to capture these two alleged international narco traffickers. By the way, thank you to Uncle Lester Cam and Peanut Butter Jelly for your support, and AJ and Sherry and Sergey. Sergey is Sergey. I haven't seen Maria Corina Machado post about this, the opposition leader. She hasn't posted on her social media about it. Edmundo Gonzalez, who Sergey asked about, who was the opposition candidate in 2024 when they didn't let Machado run, he hasn't posted on his social media about it. Yeah, I bet it's going to be confusingly reported because I think people are going to be confused and think he was just charged. But Maduro was charged in 2020. Oh, Marco Rubio posted. I think. Marco Rubio posted an hour ago, reposting his from July. So Marco Rubio an hour ago posted his post from July saying Maduro is not the president of Venezuela and his regime is not the legitimate government. Maduro is the head of the Cartel de los Soles, a narco-terror organization which has taken possession of a country, and he is under indictment for pushing drugs into the United States. Andy Kim, who's the senator from New Jersey, Democratic senator, he says Secretaries Rubio and Hegseth looked every senator in the eye a few weeks ago and said this wasn't about regime change. I didn't trust them then, and we see now that they blatantly lied to Congress. Trump rejected our constitutionally required approval process for armed conflict because the administration knows the American people overwhelmingly reject risks, pulling our nation into another war. This strike doesn't represent strength. It's not sound foreign policy. It puts Americans at risk in Venezuela and in the region, and it sends a horrible and disturbing signal to other powerful leaders across the globe that targeting a head of state is acceptable policy for the U.S. government. This will further damage our reputation, already hurt by Trump's policies around the world, and only isolate us in a time when we need our friends and allies more than ever. That's from Democratic Senator Andy Kim. Tom Cotton, Republican senator, said he spoke to Marco Rubio. Tom Cotton said, Nicolas Maduro wasn't just an illegitimate dictator. Oops. Nicolas Maduro wasn't just an illegitimate dictator, he also ran a vast drug trafficking operation. That's why he was indicted in U.S. court nearly 6 years ago for drug trafficking and narco-terrorism. I just spoke to Secretary Rubio, who confirmed that Maduro is in U.S. custody and will face justice for his crimes against our citizens. I commend President Trump and our brave troops and law enforcement officers for this incredible operation. The interim government in Venezuela must now decide whether to continue the drug trafficking and colluding with adversaries like Iran and Cuba, or whether to act like a normal nation and return to the civilized world. I urge them to choose wisely. Now, he says interim government. I'm not sure what the interim government is. There's no official interim government. There's basically the government that was there without Maduro that has to figure out what to do. Maya Mexicano, our viewer, says this is Panama 1989, part 2, down to the same day. I believe it was the same day, right? The day that, what day was Noriega captured? January 3rd, 1990, Noriega surrendered. Hey, thanks, Jad Swonderful, and the Ringa X, and also Tatermong. Now, what I need to do, I need about 15 seconds, about 30 seconds. I need about 30 seconds here. I'll say in 1 minute, but it should be more like 30 seconds. All right, hold on. Just give me a moment here. Give me a quick moment. I'm coming right back. Remember also, we told you about this before, but Senator Mike Lee said he spoke to Marco Rubio, and that Marco Rubio said he did not expect any more U.S. military activity in Venezuela because Maduro was in custody. Where was that here? Now I have to go find it. Here. Guys, I think that Patrick said there's a picture of Maduro being perked whopped by DA. As I said earlier, I really think that photo floating around, supposedly Maduro, I don't think it's legit. I think it might be AI. I'm highly skeptical of the photo that's been circulating around on the internet for 3 hours. So we'll see, but I'm quite skeptical of it. A number of our viewers think it's AI. Hey, thank you, Patrick Tuttle, though. I appreciate it, Patrick Tuttle. You can see here that Mike Lee says, Mike Lee said 2 hours ago. Mike Lee had originally said 4 hours ago, I look forward to, he's a Republican senator, supporter of President Trump. He had said 4 hours ago, I look forward to learning what, if anything, might constitutionally justify this action in the absence of a declaration of war or authorization for the use of military force. Then 2 hours ago, he said, just got off the phone with Secretary Rubio. He informed me that Nicolas Maduro has been arrested by U.S. personnel to stand trial on criminal charges in the United States, and that the kinetic action we saw tonight was deployed to protect and defend those executing the arrest warrant. So if that's true, if that's accurate, that would mean that Marco Rubio said all of the military activity tonight and all the explosions, everything, were done to protect and defend those executing the arrest warrant. This action likely falls within the president's inherent authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to protect U.S. personnel from actual or imminent attack, he said. And then he also said, Secretary Rubio anticipates no further action in Venezuela now that Maduro is in U.S. custody. As we've been talking about all night, who knows what's going to happen next in Venezuela with the Venezuelan government? Maduro isn't there. from what I can gather, pretty much all the rest of the government's there, if not all the rest of the government is there. I don't know if anybody got hurt or killed in the strikes tonight. But, I mean, we've already seen a number of government, vice president, minister of the interior, defense minister, all there. Haradev says opposition leader will take over. Well, again, I don't see how that happens right away. There's many people in that government who probably feel that things would be a lot worse for them if the government doesn't stay in power. So I can't imagine that all of those people who are tied in with Maduro in the government there, are, now that Maduro's away, they're going to just say, well, okay, here, Maria Corina Machado, we're going to clear out of our government offices today. We're going to remove our uniforms, and here's the key to the office, and you can have control of the government because Maduro isn't here anymore. Oh, and by the way, we're going to give up our government jobs with all the payments that we got from them and all the money we were making and everything else because Maduro isn't here. And we know Maria Corina Machado, you're not going to hire us for anything, and we might get prosecuted for stuff, but feel free to just take over the country. I just don't think that's going to happen. So I don't know if there's some sort of plan about what's going to happen, but it's while I was off the air, I was listening to some experts talk about it, and they were saying they didn't know what's going to happen. I mean, Maduro's not there, so somebody's going to have to govern the country, but you know, I certainly don't expect all the people who were making a living off the Maduro regime to just suddenly be like, hey, okay, well, Maria Corina Machado's in charge now. So we'll have to see. Tenfold thinks there could be a potential civil war. Maybe there's further U.S. intervention. Thank you, 86 GOP Forever. I really appreciate your support. Also, Dalamar, thank you. Thanks, Dalamar. The press conference is at, you know what I should have on the screen? Why? Where is it? Oh, the Trump, I know I don't, sorry. I really should have, when we're not looking at something, I should have the live shot on the screen. Let me put the live shot back on the screen. The Trump press conference is at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you, Live Animal. Live Animal thinks my president setting things right from the Americas to the Middle East. Gary Baines said, would love to see the body cam footage of the Maduro arrest. I wonder if you will. I wonder if there was some agreement by Maduro to give up beforehand. I don't know. Sky News talked to an expert who said that the Venezuelan military will have to decide what comes next. Yeah, Maria Corina Machado is not in. Remember, there was this whole thing that happened with her that was really interesting. Remember, the opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, what was it, a month or two ago, where there was this really weird thing that happened, where she was like snuck out of the country ostensibly so she could receive her Nobel Prize. And we talked about this on the air, and I said, I mean, I can't imagine that if because once you leave the country, it's going to be hard for you to get back in if the Maduro regime is still in charge. Also, you risk losing legitimacy as an opposition leader if you're not in the country. So what I said was, boy, it seems really weird to me that Maria Corina Machado, that she would go through all this to leave the country and everything that comes along with it, just because she wanted to pick up the Nobel Prize. It didn't make sense to me. I said, like, is something else going on here? So I don't know, was she snuck out before this happened for some reason? I have no idea. Thanks, Kinjuru. Kinjuru thinks it might lead to a Venezuelan civil war. Thanks, NordSense. But I don't know if that makes it, would it be easier for the opposition if she was in the country now? I have no idea. I also don't know how she feels about this. I mean, you might think, oh, she feels great, because she's the opposition leader and now they've removed Maduro. I don't know, though. Maybe she was hoping for some kind of thing where instead of kidnapping Maduro, maybe she was hoping for some kind of thing where there's some kind of deal between the Maduro regime and the U.S., some kind of like deal like, hey, you need to leave power and we won't prosecute you, or something like that. Because that might have made it, maybe she thinks that would make the transition easier. So I don't know how she feels about this. I have no idea. Sky News reports that in Venezuela, the mood is tense and confusing, but people are also feeling excited about what could be next. They talked to someone in Caracas who said the streets were empty. Oh, let me see what I like to check out what The Economist says about things. The Economist has a new article. I'm not going to read the whole article. You can go over to The Economist and read their article. But let me just see what they say. Okay, if I'm fine. They say it is unclear whether somebody in Mr. Maduro's inside circle sold him out to America. They say what happens next remains, economist says what happens next remains extremely unclear. It's kind of a short article. I'm sure they'll have more on it later. One of our viewers, Alice in Wonderland, says, at first I was appalled. After consideration, I'm kind of for it. Every dictator is now blanking their pants. It will curb their bad behavior to fear a targeted removal by the U.S. The New York Times says Venezuela's attorney general said that innocent victims have been mortally wounded and others killed by this criminal terrorist attack. We'll have to see what President Trump and the administration say at 11 a.m. The Washington Post says, what could happen next in Venezuela? It remains clear what will happen next in Venezuela, says the Post. According to the Venezuelan Constitution, if the president is absent during the first year of his term, elections must be held for a new president within 30 days. The vice president would take office on an interim basis until the new president is elected. If the government holds and follows the Constitution, the vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, would become interim president. Maduro was sworn in for a third term this January after... This January or was it last January? He was sworn in. This January. Oh no, last January. January of 2025, obviously, because it's January 3rd today. So last January, Maduro was sworn in after claiming an electoral victory without providing evidence for his win. It's widely believed he stole the election. Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president, has in recent years led an effort to overhaul Venezuelan economic policies and has developed ties with the country's business community and foreign investors. Her brother and the National Assembly President Jorge Rodriguez is Maduro's primary negotiator with the U.S., but the hardline Interior Minister, Diosdado Cabello, with him still in power and the armed forces at the helm of Defense Minister Vladimir Padrino Lopez, the government could crack down on further dissent and tighten control on the country, even in Maduro's absence. Jagsy says the problem is Venezuela is a dictatorship enforced by the military. I can't see them following rules. Hey, thanks, Dr. C. Nola. Also, Dr. C says, overthrowing internally is acceptable, but what if Putin captures Zelensky? Or Xi captures I believe, the president of Taiwan. Double standard? Selena Wong reports that Nicolas Maduro is being flown. She's with ABC News. She says Nicolas Maduro is being flown to New York, where he faced narco-terrorism. He has faced narco-terrorism charges since 2020. CNW, who I follow for Venezuela stuff, says that... Where did this go here? CNW says... Streets of Caracas mostly deserted this morning with a significant military and security force presence at the National Assembly. I think he was basing that off a clip. Well, one of the things he was basing it off of was a clip from Venezuelan TV, I believe. Yes, I have been up all night. The timing is kind of weird on this with the 11 a.m. press conference. I'm definitely going to cover the press conference. I haven't seen a comment from Maria Corina Machado yet. Yeah, a bunch of flights. We talked about this earlier. A bunch of flights were that were flying from the U.S. from continental U.S. to Puerto Rico. This was hours ago. Were diverted. But I don't know what the status of things is now. Check something here. Hang on. Well, there's a plane that took off from San Juan Airport at 7:03 a.m. That plane that's going to Panama City took off from San Juan Airport about an hour ago. I don't know what the schedule says here. I'll have to look and see. Departures. Oh, a number of these departures have been canceled. Not all of them, but a number of departures have been canceled, but not all, according to Flight Radar 24. And then a bunch of these arrivals have been canceled, but not all. That's in Puerto Rico. Let's see here. Truth WSYF says this is a textbook extraction. Thanks to Michael Ochoa says, praise our president in actual foreign policy. Thanks TCDRX. And Brainstorm Warning, and Jan Joel on Twitch, and Tatermong. All right, I'm trying to figure out how I should do this. So let's talk about the plan here. So I'm going to be covering Trump's press conference at 11 a.m. Okay. The problem is, I'm going to be tired either way, but the problem is I've been up all night. It's 8:11 a.m. here, so I'm not going to be very useful before the press conference, just to be clear, in my current state. So I'm wondering if I should maybe just wrap up this stream and then come on. The thing is, I try to get on a little early for the press conference, but I just, there's limits. So, maybe I'll try to get a little sleep. I know how I'm feeling. It's not going to be very helpful. So, yeah, I think I'm going to do that. I think that's probably the best idea. I'm not anticipating any more military action going on before then. And so let's do that. Let's do that. And I'll be on the air. I'll come on sometime before 11, and we'll do that. Okay. Let me kind of quickly. I got to kind of do this quickly because I don't actually have that much time, because it takes time to set up the next broadcast and everything. So I do really appreciate people joining us. Everybody who's joined in and written in and share and let me read your comments and also sent me your updates. There are way more comments. There's so many comments I didn't even see and get to, so I'm sorry. It's just, there's a lot going on. But I'm coming back. So come back for the coverage of the press conference. I will be back on before 11. Subscribe, follow the channel, turn on the notifications for the channel. We have a notification system. It works great. It's free. The mods will post the link in the chat. You can find the free notifications link to sign up, and on YouTube and Facebook as well in the description in the description of the video. So sign up for the notifications. If I see anything while I'm awake, I'll post it on my X account, which is @Lookner on X. You can follow me over there if you want, @Lookner. I posted if you go to my X account, there's a ton of videos from earlier, from the attack. So you can go over there and look at those. I'll post the link there in the chat. And then if you want, if you're on X, you can follow Agenda Free TV as well, because I always post there before we go live. And I post updates about the channel there. So you can that's another good way to find out when we're live, is following us at Agenda Free TV. And yeah, let me just shout out our a couple things. Let me shout out our moderators, because they're amazing and they've been here overnight. And again, we're coming back for the press conference. I will do another stream for the press conference. Our moderators, Ruth and Janet B, thank you. And all of our YouTube moderators, thank you so much. Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Don, Papa Bear, and all of our Twitch moderators, huge thanks. Our Facebook moderators, like Margaret Riley and Kay Lowry Body. Hold on, let me just pull this up. My brain is just not working at this point. And Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Huge thanks. And all of our other moderators, who I'm probably not getting some of them. Thank you. And also, hey, thanks to everybody who donated. That is super nice of you guys. That's what allows the channel to exist. Allows me to buy footage like the live streams tonight. That's thanks to you, so thank you. A couple of thanks to Michael Ochoa, Marks0115, Cicero, thank you, Dalamar, Quiet Wyatt Beats. And I'm sure I missed thanking some people early on. I'm sorry if I missed you. It was just really, it was like nonstop when we first came on the air with stuff going on. Big DP, Brainstorm Morning, Jan Joel, and others on Twitch. And all of our Twitch subscribers, like Big DP, Wall Street Shaggy, D George on Twitch, Sentient Cannabis, just to name a few. And all of our other Twitch subscribers. Thank you, our Facebook subscribers, Chuck Mosca, Robert Rial II, Sharon Klassen Gosselin, Diane Allworth, Susan Priest Buchner, Kay, Margaret, all of our other subscribers over there on Facebook, our YouTube members, all of them. Yeah, so I'm kind of doing quick get off the air so I can get a little rest and then come back on the air. Dr. Fatbird, John Weinman, Bad Panda, Anthony, thanks for being members on YouTube. UV Lightning, R. Elmo, Michael Avery, Josie Wales, Jonathan Morris, Elmo, thank you. All right, and I'm really going to really appreciate people writing in and sharing the news updates. So, all right, so the plan is to come back on for the press conference. The press conference is at 11. I'll get on at 10:30 or earlier for the press conference. So I don't have that much time. But let me take a little break now, and we'll talk more. I'm sorry, I'd love to be able to stay on until the press conference. I'm just exhausted. It'll just be a mess if I stay on all the way to the press conference. So let me take a little break now, and we'll power through, and we'll get the press conference later, okay? So hopefully I'll see you all back here in a little bit. So thank you for watching our overnight coverage, and I hope to see you in a couple hours for the press conference. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.